Chapter 106. Dong Hao flew to the side and evaded the air bullets that attacked him. Then, countless tattoos appeared all over his body, arm, legs, and even face. Afterwards, his power increased dramatically. With a wave of his hand, the patterns on his body lit up, and a gigantic mountain materialized in the air and headed straight towards his enemy. Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and frowned. He was not frowning at the changes that appeared on Dong Hao, as he knew these tattoos were known as origin pattern and all cultivators in the supernatural realm had them. The reason that he frowned was that he realized that if he continued to fight here in the capital, countless ordinary people would die in the aftermath of their battles. Normally, Wang Wei would not care about such things. Although that sounded ruthless, unfortunately, that is the fate of mortals that cannot control their destiny. One day, they might suddenly die due to the aftermath of cultivators' battle. However, currently, Wang Wei's role was a future monarch of a dynasty. As such, he has to take into consideration the lives of his citizens. When the mountain approached near him, Wang Wei noticed a certain metal quality of it as it shined with a golden luster under the sun. He guesses that this was not a regular mountain, but one reinforced by gold element. Without hesitation, Wang Wei threw a powerful punch and a terrifying force traveled in the air and hit the mountain. Boom! The 2,000 meters tall mountain trembled and cracks appeared on its metal surface. However, it was not destroyed. Boom! 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 Wang Wei continued to punch in the air and more cracks appeared in the mountain until it exploded into countless pieces. Then, he threw another powerful punch. This time, however, he did not just use the raw strength of his fleshly body. Instead, he controlled the vibration from his muscles and directly released them into the air, thus creating an earthquake between heaven and earth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the entire city trembled slightly, the wind howled like crying ghosts, and the clouds in the sky scattered. The many debris of the falling mountain were instantly pulverized into powder and flew away with the wind without affecting the citizens of the capital. As for Dong Hao, he was pushed back by the force of the punch and threw a mouthful of blood. Despite the barrier he erected, the vibration still managed to bypass his defense and injured his organs. Wang Wei stood on the ground with his long gray hair floating with wind while looking at his FST. He smiled as he was very happy with the new move he just created. He called Earthquake Fist, and this move took full advantage of his powerful fleshly body. One thing he always complained about the ancient desolate body refining scripture was the fact that it did not have any fighting moves in the early stage. Although there are many fighting methods in the scripture, some of which even made Wang Wei drool day and night, he needed to cultivate it to a very high realm before he could use these moves. What's worse was the fact that in the notes that Wang Wei read from predecessors that also cultivated the scripture did not also contain powerful moves for the early stage, but contained their understanding on how to properly control force or strength. Most people who successfully cultivate this scripture usually care about the powerful defense and stamina it brought in the early stage instead of the strength. After taking a brief moment to contemplate his new move, Wang Wei looked at Dong Hao and said, "How about we take this fight outside the city?" However, Dong Hao, who was in the air, completely ignored him and the patterns on his body lit up again, preparing for another attack. As such, Wang Wei continued, "Don't you care about the people of this city?" Seeing the silence of his enemy, Wang Wei secretly sighed. Then, with all his strength, he jumped straight towards Dong Hao. His body left countless cracks in the ground and a powerful shockwave spread after his departure. When Dong Hao saw Wang Wei coming straight at him like an artillery, he opened his mouth and spewed countless tiny swords. These swords then became normal size after leaving his body, and with swish sound, they quickly attacked Wang Wei. Clink! Clink! The sound of metal sounded as these swords hit Wang Wei's skin, then they bounced off without even leaving a single scratch or mark. When Wang Wei was about to clash with Dong Hao, the latter sneered at him and easily evaded him. Dong Hao did not expect this wise sage to make such a mistake. Without the ability to fly in the air, he engaged someone else in aerial combat. However, the sneer did not last long on Dong Hao's face. As soon he evaded the clash, Wang Wei seemed to have anticipated this and did a somersault in the air. Then, He activated his divine veins to control the spiritual qi in the air to create a foothold for him. With a boom sound, he rushed towards Dong Hao with absolute speed. Dong Hao was quite shocked by this maneuver and was almost unable to react. However, his years of experience allowed him to instantly erect a barrier around him. However, Wang Wei did not care about this. With unmatched speed, his hand formed a claw and easily crushed the golden barrier and grabbed Dong Hao in the face. While stepping in the air, he rushed outside the city while holding Dong Hao like an adult carrying a chicken. Boom! Wang Wei broke the sound barrier while stepping in the air with. All the citizens of the city heard an exploding sound, then saw a circular vapor in the air, followed by a streak of light rushing outside the city. After traveling a few hundred meters, Wang Wei then threw Hong Dao outside of the city. The supernatural cultivator clashed into the ground, forming many cracks. He threw a mouthful of blood and then started coughing. The shockwave created by his crash created a cloud of dirt, and some of it had entered his lungs. He then mobilized his origin essence to heal the cracked bones on his back and protect his spine. He then looked at the flying Wang Wei with shock. No, he should say stepping in the air. Everyone knows that divine altar realm cannot fly in the air. However, this wise sage has found a way around this problem. In fact, it is not that some people did not think of this method. However, in order to do such a thing, a terrifying control of spiritual qi is needed to do so, which is something that Dong Hao had previously thought to be impossible, especially given the low level of spiritual qi in this world. Not to mention the stamina that the body would need to keep standing in the air, and the terrible amount of origin qi needed to keep the divine veins activated made this method of flying virtually impossible for the cultivator of this world. Compared with flying in the air in the supernatural realm, which is as easy as moving one of your limbs, this method of flying seemed too complex and nuanced for anybody to manage. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Dong Hao stood up from the ground. His clothes were all tattered and his hair disheveled, however, he did not care about this. Suddenly, Dong Hao's body was encased by a golden armor that covered even his face and eyes. After seeing this, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he did not feel the fluctuation of origin essence, which means that this was not an origin ability or method. All of a sudden, he thought of something: innate talent. Only innate talents do not require much or any energy source, as they are fundamentally a part of the cultivators. Wang Wei was then quite surprised as he knew that not all cultivators in the supernatural realm had their own innate talent. This thing requires both talent and luck. If you are not talented but full of luck, then you will not receive a talent when entering the supernatural realm. If you have talent but low luck, then the talent you receive will be quite shitty. After making his preparations, Dong Hao flew straight to Wang Wei. Since he could not use his flying ability to easily win this battle, he will fight head-on to decide the winner. Meanwhile, after seeing Dong Hao coming towards him, Wang Wei was quite excited as he knew that he was bound for an exciting battle. As such, he stepped in the air and rushed towards him and threw a punch. He used Earthquake Fist, without hesitation. Wang Wei's fist clashed with the golden Dong Hao. Boom! The air trembled and visible ripples could be seen manifesting after their crash. Dong Hao's golden armor cracked all over, meanwhile he threw out some blood inside. However, after a few breaths, the cracks healed and Dong Hao continued to clash head-on with Wang Wei. In the capital, the royal family and many nobles from the alliance were watching this battle through different means. All of them were concerned as this was a fight that determined the fate of the Eastern Rain Kingdom. Chapter 107. Both Wang Wei and Dong Hao started clashing in the sky. The clouds scattered and the air vibrated wherever these two appeared. Dong Hao had suffered countless injuries with each of the clashes, however, his golden armor was still intact. Wang Wei could tell that maybe this guy wanted to slowly drain both his origin qi and his stamina. However, with his current state, he could probably fight for more than a week without stopping or getting tired. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. Of course, the main reason for such a decision was due to the fact that this battle was no longer fun for Wang Wei. Despite fighting for quite a few minutes now, Wang Wei realized that his enemy had not even managed to break off his skin, let alone injure him. His overwhelming defense made this battle quite boring for him. Without hesitation, he rushed towards Dong Hao and kicked him into the ground with all his strength. The golden armor cracked again, this time, almost completely destroyed. Then, Dong Hao landed on the ground and created an explosion that scattered dust all over. Many pieces of land would break from the land and fly in the air following the shockwave of Dong Hao's crash. Without giving his enemy a chance to breathe, Wang Wei rushed to Dong Hao and punched in the face. Boom! The force of the punch created more shockwaves on the ground. As for Dong Hao, he spit out a few pieces of his internal organs and his body was forced further deep into ground, creating a meter-long crater. However, his face was not hit directly by the attack as he converged the golden armor that covered his whole body and made sure that it only covered his face, thus further nullifying some of the power of the punch. Wang Wei, after seeing that his punch did not do the intended destruction, threw more punches. Boom! 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 With each punch, the ground would shake tremendously, then shockwaves would follow in the air. Pieces of land will fly out into the air, then land on the ground. As for Dong Hao, the crater he created became deeper with each punch. By the 10th punch, he had already inserted himself more than 10 meters underground. Nevertheless, none of these punches had a direct hit on him. Whenever a punch was about to hit, whether his face or ribs, a golden would appear to protect him from a direct hit. Unfortunately, the recoil or shockwave generated by the sheer force of each punch still managed to travel inside his body and destroy many things. As such, right now, Dong Hao had many bones broken, both his kidneys and lungs started to fail him, and one of his eyes was destroyed. When he was about to receive another punch, Dong Hao quickly bit the tip of his tongue and spit out bright red blood on his golden protection. The golden protection immediately expanded and turned into a circular shield. However, it did wrap around Dong Hao to protect him. Instead it encased Wang Wei inside and essentially imprisoned. Wang Wei suddenly felt himself inside a very hard shell case, and it was very dark inside without any light source. Without hesitation, he moved his origin chi into his eyes and could see the golden shield hat trapped. Without hesitation, he punched the shield. However, it did not immediately destroy or crack like previous attacks. After noticing this, he used his earthquake fist. The powerful vibration shook the golden shield after being, then it cracked. After 3 more punches, the shield was destroyed and myriad pieces of gold scattered everywhere with Wang Wei at the center. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei felt something and looked at the sky. Dong Hao was floating there with blood all over his body, one eye socket was empty, and most of his robe was destroyed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and an ancient lamp appeared before him. The lamp had countless patterns inscribed in it, and a 3-colored fire was burning brightly on top of it. He opened his mouth and spewed more than 3 drops of deep red blood. This was his source blood. Then, these drops of blood entered the lamp and the fire on top of it turned from 3-colored to 5. With a wave of his hand, the 5-colored fire descended from the sky and attacked the surprised Wang Wei with match speed. The flames enveloped more than 100 meters in the surrounding area. No sign of Wang Wei could be seen as he was swallowed by the flame. After a few minutes, the 5-colored flame disappeared and a body could be found standing in the middle. To be exact, it was a charred body. Although his clothes were intact, the skin on his arms, legs and face was badly burned. It was burned dark all over with few spots of red flesh. This was the first time he was injured ever since he started cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. He raised his hand and looked closely at his burned skin. An intense pain suddenly assaulted his nervous system. However, Wang Wei did not care as this was not the first time he was burned alive. Meanwhile, in the sky, after seeing his attack working, a slight smile appeared on Dong Hao's face despite it being almost disfigured. However, his smile did not remain there for too long. He watched from above how Wang Wei's darkened burned skin fell off the ground, and in just a couple of seconds, new skins were regrown. Without hesitation, he waved his ancient lamp and new rounds of flame attacked again in order not to give his opponent time to heal. Wang Wei instantly uses the lion fist, from his overlord fist, cultivation technique. This was the first time he used a fighting method based on origin chi during the whole fight. A 20 meters tall and 100 meters long lion manifested from Wang Wei's fist. The lion opened its mouth and roared. A sound wave attack came from its mouth and clashed with the oncoming attack. Then, the flame was separated in the middle, forming a V shape with both Wang Wei and the lion in the middle. Without any pause, Dong Hao controlled the flame to fly into the air, then separated them into countless tiny meteors. Afterwards, they fell towards Wang Wei like a modern machine gun firing. Wang Wei threw countless punches and many lions manifested from them. Together, each lion attacks a different meteor fire. However, there were too many of them. Soon an explosion occurred with Wang Wei in the middle. However, weirdly enough, there was no heat that emanated from the five-colored flame. After a few seconds, the cloud of dust created by the explosion was blown away by the wind. Wang Wei's charred body was again seen in the middle of the explosion. However, his state was even worse than previous. This time, not only his skin was burned, but even his muscles were burned by the flame. Many of his bones could be seen exposed to the outside. However, just like previously, they started to heal immediately. However, the process was not instant like the first attack. Many of his burned muscles started to grow back at a speed visible to the naked eyes. After seeing this, Dong Hao wanted to attack again. However, he spewed a mouthful of blood instead, then knelt on knee in the sky. Soon afterwards, his long hair immediately turned white, his skin became wrinkled, and many age spots could be seen on his face. When Wang Wei saw this situation, he was not that surprised. The moment that Dong Hao decided to use his source blood or blood essence to increase the power of his attacks to the divine body realm, the result of this fight was doomed from the beginning. Not to mention the way he abused his ancient lamp. Wang Wei shook his head while observing the regeneration process of his body. This was one of the reasons that he allowed himself to be so injured during this battle. He wanted to know how fast his body regenerated under different circumstances. That way, one day, when he is in a true battle of life and death, he can find ways to buy himself time to properly heal. After a few minutes, a brand new Wang Wei was standing on the ground. If anyone were to see him, you could not tell that he had suffered from a 4th-degree burn. He then looked at Dong Hao and asked, "Don't you know that it is taboo for cultivators to use their ancient lamp like you did?" Dong Hao, who was happy to have a few seconds to rest, responded, "What do you mean by this?" In fact, he was truly interested in what this wise sage has to say. Their royal family have long speculated that these extraterrestrial demons came from a more advanced world than them. So, they are privy to many unknown secrets that the cultivators of this world never had access to. The flame you just used is known as the good fortune flame, continued Wang Wei. It's not used for fighting. This is a foundation necessary by all cultivators to cultivate the next 2 great realms after the supernatural realm. After hearing this, Dong Hao frowned, then his one-eyed face became very ugly to look at. "So, you figure it out?" "Yes, the more you use the good fortune flame to fight, the more you ruin your foundation and cultivation path, essentially cutting your path or chances to higher realms. As such, in my world, unless a cultivator is forced to utmost despair, they will never use their flame of good fortune to fight. Because they know that even if a tiny bit of it is used, it will be nigh impossible to make up." While saying all of these, Wang Wei had finished healing and he then completely ignored the ugly and despairing look on Dong Hao's face. "So, that's how it is," muttered Dong Hao in the sky. "No wonder no one has managed to pass the heavenly tribulation for so many years. We all thought that the world had started to enter the Dharma end period, but it was just that we were wasting our foundation by using our Tao flames." After that, he laughed out loud. However, this laughter sounded so bleak and desolate. Although he had learned the truth, Dong Hao knew that it was too late for him. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was ready to end this fight. Suddenly, a gigantic image appeared behind him. It was an image of him sitting on an immortal throne while myriad races and worlds bowed to him. Meanwhile, he was holding countless strings that dictated the fate of these races and worlds. Immediately afterward the vision appeared, the entire world trembled slightly, causing countless earthquakes. Many of the heaven chosen that participated in the trial were instantly alerted. They all looked in the direction of the Eastern Rain Kingdom and muttered, "Young Emperor." Chapter 108. After the vision of the young emperor appeared behind Wang Wei, Dong Hao suddenly felt like the environment around him changed, as if he went from one heaven and earth to another, from one world to another. Then, to his horror, he lost the ability to fly and fell from the sky and landed on the ground, resulting in further severing his injuries. What's even worse was the fact that half of his strength was instantly gone and he did not know the reason. He guessed that it had to do with the wise sage, but he did not know the specifics. Knowing that death was soon approaching, he wanted to struggle desperately, or better yet, find a way to run away. He tried to use more of his blood essence. Unfortunately, he had already run out, so he just spit more blood from his mouth due to backlash. Wang Wei could guess the thought of Dong Hao. As such, he wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. After using the pseudo-domain of his young emperor title to prevent Dong Hao from escaping through the air, he mobilized most of his origin chi and used the Dragon's Sovereign Fist. A mighty dragon appeared that headed straight towards Dong Hao and roared into the heavens. The sound traveled throughout the entire city and echoed throughout heaven. All the citizens immediately felt an instinctive fear, just like a higher life form looking down at a lower one. It was a fear hidden deep in their blood and soul from their ancestors when they faced the wrath of a superior life form. This dragon did not attack, instead released a supreme and noble aura that demands that all life form bow down to it. Suddenly, Dong Hao felt a tremendous pressure coming down on him, preventing him from moving. He struggled with all his strength, but it did not work. So, he immediately detonated the origin essence in his body to try to resist, but it was to no avail. No matter how he struggled, he could not move. Meanwhile, after the first attack, Wang Wei rushed towards him to end this battle with one last blow. A few meters before arriving, Dong Hao burned out his soul in order to increase his strength in a moment of desperation. He opened his mouth with difficulty and a sword appeared. The sword became massive and an unpredictable heaviness could be seen from it. It rushed towards Wang Wei with tremendous speed, leaving a golden trail behind it. Wang Wei then muttered a few words to use an origin ability. Although Wang Wei usually does not use spells in battle does not mean that he does not know any of them. As a person who likes to be prepared for any occasion, he has studied spells extensively back in the sect in order to know how to respond when encountering them in battle. After his incantation, a bright yellow flame appeared in front of him and melted the rushing sword in just an instant. Without pause, he rushed towards Dong Hao and threw a punch. Following which, a tiger with intense killing intent appeared and rushed forwards. The tiger turned into a red light and penetrated Dong Hao's body without any resistance. The light destroyed his heart, then pierced his back, leaving a massive hole visible to the naked eyes on his chest. Dong Hao looked at the hole with his one remaining eye, sighed and fell down on the floor, blood splashing all over the ground. Wang Wei gazed at Dong Hao's body on the floor and also sighed. This was the first true opponent he had since he started cultivating and the first true, life and death, battle he experienced in his life. All the fights he previously had were essentially either competitions or trials with safety mechanisms that can save his life at any moment. And Dong Hao was the first opponent that truly tried to kill him at all cost. Although this opponent did not bring out his full power during the fight, he still learned a great deal of things. He learned that most cultivators will fight desperately when they are cornered and about to die. They can use all kinds of means to boost their fighting strength during battles, just like Dong Hao used his essence blood to increase his attack power. In future battles, Wang Wei will use all his strength to prevent his enemies from having the time or ability from using these methods. And if he fails to do this, he will always be on guard for desperate counterattacks from them when they are driven on the edge of despair. After summarizing his gains in this battle, he waved his hand to create a deep hole, then, he placed Dong Hao's body in it, creating a burial site. He placed a headstone made of rocks and inscribed on it, "Here lies Dong Hao, a loyal man to his family even in death, and a worthy and respectable opponent that fought to his last breath." After doing this, he stepped in the air with rapid speed and returned to the city. By the time he reached the royal palace, Li Jun had already captured all the people inside and was waiting for his return. Wang Wei then entered the throne room where he saw many people bound by chains and kneeling on the ground. He ignored them before heading to a golden chair with many engraving of dragons on them. Without hesitation, Wang Wei sat on the dragon throne. Suddenly, he felt that he was all-powerful, that he could control the lives of billions of people in this kingdom, that his words were absolute and no one dared to disobey it. The power was quite intoxicating. However, after a very brief moment, he shook this feeling off his mind. Compared to the supreme throne of a great emperor that stands above the Tao itself, what is this mundane throne? After thinking about these things for a moment, Wang Wei then looked at the Thai people kneeling on the floor. He first took notice of a middle-aged man dressed in yellow dragon robe with a crown on his top-knot hair. The man exuded the temperament of a person in high position, however, he was not looking too good. Many of the direct line of the royal family were captured and brought to meet him. However, Wang Wei was still a little confused when he saw Princess Dong Lifan also kneeling on the ground, although she was the only one not in Chan. As such, Wang Wei asked her directly, "Princess, what is the meaning of your actions?" After being called upon, the princess did not get up. Instead, she placed her forehead on the ground and said, "I plead for your majesty to leave a way out for the royal family." As soon as she said this, a terrifying killing intent appeared in the room directed towards her. It was from Li Jun. He looked at Princess Dong Lifan as if he wanted to stab her directly with his spear. Despite the uncomfortable feeling she felt from the killing intent, she still insisted on her words, "Your Majesty the wise sage, on account of all the merits that I have made to your cause, please give the royal family a way to survive." Wang Wei waved his hand and Li Jun put away his killing intent. He then looked at the princess and responded, "Princess. No, I'll just call you Dong Lifan from now on. If it was before, I would have granted your wish. However, after what happened in Bless Wing City, there is no room for negotiation with this matter." Dong Lifan sighed after hearing this, not too surprised by the outcome. She had heard about how her royal father used poison to attack and kill an entire city. She was also furious when she received the news, however, she still wanted to try to save some people. After a brief moment, Dong Lifan then said, "At the very least, can your majesty spare my mother and little sister? They are both innocent and did not take part in the political decisions of the kingdom." Wang Wei then started thinking for a few seconds, then he asked, "Can you promise that they will live an ordinary life without having any thoughts that they should not have?" After saying this, Wang Wei released his killing intent this time. Dong Lifan felt a suffocating breathing slowly squeezing the life out of her, then she immediately nodded as guarantee. She understood the warning that Wang Wei was given to her. After seeing her nod in agreement, he removed his killing intent and waved his hand to dismiss her. "I will believe your words for now. Well, you can fulfill your side of our deal." Dong Lifan sighed and stood from the floor with a forehead that had a slight bruise on it. She looked at her father and left the room. Meanwhile, the sovereign of this kingdom did not speak even a single word throughout the whole interaction. Even when he heard of his daughter's betrayal, he did not flinch or say anything. Wang Wei admired his firm determination. This was a man who accepted defeat and death like a true king, a true ruler. 3 days after the fall of the Eastern Reign Kingdom, all the members of the royal kingdom except for 2 of them were publicly executed. A vision formation was used to broadcast the entire process throughout the entire kingdom. Former Princess Dong Lifan, who was very loved by the people due to her altruism and kindness, made a speech denouncing all the crimes that the royal family committed. She then reassured the citizens of the kingdom that they would be in good hands when the new dynasty was established. She reassured them their lives will be much better from now on. Chapter 109. A few days after the execution of the royal family, someone came to visit him in the Dragon Throne Room. It was Zheng Yi from the Noble Alliance. The past few days had been quite stressful for him due to the fact the wise sage never mentioned their agreements. Even if he did not immediately attack the nobles, they were still under great pressure. After seeing Wang Wei on the dragon chair, he bowed more than 90 degrees and said, "Long live your majesty. May your cultivation rise and be able to live for eternity." Wang Wei looked at him with calm eyes, then he waved his hand and said, "You may rise." Then, Zheng Yi lifted his body to make eye contact with Wang Wei and addressed the reason for his visit. Your Majesty, I wonder whether our agreement is still valid? Of course, as long as you people choose the group of nobles that need to be made an example with, everything is still the same. Zheng Yi sighed a relief after hearing this, then he further asked, then, when can we sign the soul contract? There is no need for that, answered Wang Wei with a smile on his face. Since you guys believe me to be a man of my words, then continue to strengthen this belief. Zheng Yi frowned after hearing this, but he did not say anything else about this topic. He bowed again and said, then, I shall bring your words to the Noble Alliance. After the brief conversation, Zheng Yi was dismissed and returned to inform the Noble Alliance of the result. Meanwhile, Wang Wei sneered at these nobles. If it was not the fact that he still needed them to temporarily stabilize his future dynasty, he would have killed them long ago. Unfortunately for him, this kingdom is very similar to Middle-earth's ancient time from his past life when it comes to societal structure. Most knowledge is kept in the hands of these nobles and they go to extreme length to keep the common people ignorant, uneducated, and uninformed. After reviewing the situation of the previous kingdom, Wang Wei discovered that more than 95% of officials throughout the entire kingdom are related to the nobles' families one way and another. This is one of the reasons that the Noble Alliance is not to worry about the change of dynasty. Because whoever is the winner will still need their help if they want to govern the dynasty properly. Because they are the true controller of this land, and this has been the case for countless generations and will remain the same for countless years to come. As for the remaining 5%, they are composed of a few scholars with upright morale that refuse to associate with the nobles due to their corrupt behaviors. However, the fate of the remaining 5% was actually quite bleak. All of them were suppressed, killed, or exiled far away from the capital by the Noble Alliance. Wang Wei's next step of action is to promote the people from these 5%, cultivate a group of capable people as soon as possible while he slowly cut off the tentacles of the Noble Alliance from his dynasty. Duke Xing Mansion. After his meeting with His Majesty Wang Wei, Zheng Yi returned home to his family and reported to the patriarch of the result. Duke Xingyong was a middle-aged man in the Divine Altar realm, also the current patriarch of the Jin clan. After receiving the report, he frowned and started thinking about his next course of action. It seems that this new emperor really wants to do something to our families, muttered Xingyong. So what do we do now? The plan has backfired on us, asked Marquis Langzan, who was sitting next to the Duke. I think it's best to follow the agreement, then let our families lay low for a while. After all, we all know that these extraterrestrial demons will eventually leave this world when their trials are over, responded Viscount Changlu. And I don't believe that His Majesty would dare to blatantly kill us with all the power that we have in this kingdom. The other two people nodded in agreement, then Marquis Langzan suddenly asked, so which family are we going to sacrifice this time? Immediately, the room became silent with only the sound of breathing and slurping being heard. After taking a sip of his tea, Duke Xingyong said with a smile, it seemed that His Majesty wanted to cause infighting among our alliance and divide us using this method. What a scheming emperor. From the information I gathered, he is less than 100 years old. If only my son had half, no a quarter of his abilities. After sighing for more than 10 seconds, the Duke continued, there is no need to argue about this. We can take this opportunity to get rid of the other two Duke households. However, we cannot let this new emperor think that we are easy to bully. The next day, Wang Wei was having a meeting with many of the ministers that are under his control. He was making plans for the establishment of the new dynasty. Then, someone informed that advisor Zhao Feng asked for a meeting. After nodding, Zhao Fenf entered the room with some new information. He informed everyone how the Noble Alliance brought over all the family members of Duke Qiu and Duke Yun. They also brought many space rings with countless wealth in them. There were countless gold, silver, jade, jewelry, and land deeds to countless properties. However, what was weird was the fact that a woman flying brought these things over. Furthermore, immediately afterward, the woman destroyed a building next to the royal palace. After hearing this, the room became silent and many people started thinking. One person suddenly asked, excuse me, what does the Noble Alliance mean by this? It's a message, or to be precise, a warning, answered Li Jun with a frown on his face. Message? Warning? What kind of warning? It is to tell us that the final card of their family is actually also a supernatural realm cultivator, responded another voice. This time it was Wang Wei who explained. However, the minister who asked the question was still somewhat confused, so he continued to ask, Your Majesty, you have proven that you are way more powerful than any cultivator in the transcending mortality realm, so why would they use this method to warn us? It makes no sense. I am indeed more powerful than cultivators in that realm, however, one of my biggest flaws is the fact that I cannot fly as easily and as fast as them in the air. As long as cultivators in that realm decide to run away, I cannot guarantee that I can prevent them from doing so. And if one of these supernatural realm cultivators decided to hide and use guerrilla tactics and randomly attack the citizens in the different cities located throughout our vast territory, there is nothing I can do about it. Immediately, the minister realized the importance of this warning. Given how these nobles do not give a damn about ordinary people, it is highly likely that they would use such a method. Yan Liling suddenly added to the conversation, the tactic of the Noble Alliance is actually quite brilliant. They used the deal we made with them to get rid of both Duke Xiao and Duke Yan household, two nobles clans that were secretly raised by the previous ruler to balance the rising power of the three most powerful and ancient noble clan in the Eastern Reign Kingdom, the Zheng, Chang, and Lin clan. By doing this and handing over their wealth, they showed an act of submission to the new dynasty, while at the same time, they also sent a powerful cultivator to deliver these things as a threat and deterrent, thus securing their place and status for the future. Essentially hitting two birds with one stone. Whoever came up with this idea has quite the tactical mind and political ability. It must have been that old fox Xing Yong, answered Wang Wei with sneer on his face. From the information I gathered, this old man is the most cunning and vicious of all the nobles. However, it does not matter. I have plenty of time to play these scheming old men. Just wait for me to fully control all the territory of this kingdom, then I will get rid of them. Soon, 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Today was special for the people from the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. A special day because today was the day that a new dynasty will be formally established on the ashes of the former kingdom. In front of the royal place, Wang Wei was wearing a purple dragon robe with a crown on his head. An altar stood in front of him, while countless government officials stood behind him with Dong Lifen being the closest to him. She was wearing a robe with many phoenixes on them and a crown also decorated with phoenixes. She looked breathtakingly beautiful, but also a little nervous. Meanwhile, Wang Wei took out an imperial jade carving of a dragon called the Imperial Seal. This was a symbol of imperial power, and also a treasure that condensed the luck of the Fortune dynasty. This one was brought from the Myriad Emperor world specifically for the trial, otherwise he would have to use a less effective one from this world. Wang Wei walked in front of the altar, and in front of billions of people watching both personally or from image formations scattered all over the territory, and said, Heavenly Tao above, in the past years, I have conquered vast territory, brought peace to this turbulent land, brought food, knowledge and prosperity to the people of this land. Now, I would like to establish a fortune dynasty with the name Great Xia. Please allow it. Originally, Wang Wei wanted to call the dynasty Great Wei after his name, but given the fact there used to be a dynasty with that name, he chose the name of the empire he ruled during the Fourth Pagoda trials instead. After executing the ceremony, Wang Wei suddenly felt a vast and powerful will appeared above the altar. Then the will thoroughly scanned the entire territory under his rule. It checked the size of the territory, the living condition of the people, their happiness and satisfaction with their new ruler. After that, countless golden lights from all the land people came together in the sky to form a golden dragon with 9 claws. The dragon had beautiful and powerful scales all over its body. This dragon was the manifestation of the Great Xia dynasty's luck. This time, it was not only Wang Wei who saw it, but all the citizens of his territory. This is the difference between a fortune dynasty and a regular one, the gathering and manifestation of qi luck. Immediately afterwards, all the citizens knelt down and said at the same time, Long live your majesty to eternity. This sound riveted throughout the entire dynasty, forming a beautiful harmony of heaven and earth. The sound then seemed to blend with the sky. Then many auspicious clouds manifested above the sky, turning the heaven into a golden luster. Immediately afterwards, the golden dragon roared into the heaven, then the character for Xia appeared from his mouth, flew over to Wang Wei's hand and turned into a scroll with the words, "Conferred God List," written as a title. He then read the words inscribed on them. Conferred God List: Emperor, Empress, First Consort, Prime Minister, and so on. After reading the title or positions of the list, he frowned after seeing the question marks behind the emperor name. He sighed as he knew that what he feared the most had happened. Chapter 110. Logically speaking, the name after the emperor on the conferred god list should be Wang Wei, however something went wrong. His luck was supposed to blend in with the luck of the dynasty, however, due to the fact that it had turned black after he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm, heaven and earth did not recognize or acknowledge such chi luck dragon. Wang Wei could feel that the state of his luck was actually quite beneficial to him later on his cultivation path, but there is a high chance that if he left it like that he might receive a crappy talent when he broke into the supernatural realm, as heaven and earth did recognize his existence, or to be precise, his luck. However, Wang Wei was not too worried by this as he already had a plan. He could feel that his luck dragon was special and he needed a specific way to control it. Unfortunately, despite having studied the secret method given by the sect on how to properly control luck, he did not know how to control his own. As such, Wang Wei theorized that as long as he had enough knowledge about luck, he could find a solution to his problem. Before then, he needed to use the scientific method of observing and recording how luck is controlled. As such, he needed a volunteer, a test subject. And he had already found one, Dong Lifen. The reason that he wanted her as his empress was not just because of the need for her to provide his cause with legitimacy, or to use her prestige to calm down the people and increase the peoples belonging to the new dynasty. No, all of these reasons were secondary. The main reason was that he needed her to be close to him so that he could observe and study her chi luck for his own benefit. After the founding of the nation ceremony, Wang Wei returned to his throne room with all the officials there waiting. He has been waiting for this day for many years. Although he could have founded a country 2 years ago, however, with the luck he had at that time, the country would have probably turned into a kingdom instead of a dynasty. Wang Wei did not want to go through the process of updating from kingdom to dynasty, so he waited when the territory's luck was enough for the founding nation to be directly elevated to dynasty. Wang Wei then took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal. The purpose of the list is to bless each official on it with the luck of the dynasty. The higher the rank, the more luck they will be blessed with. Luck blessing has many advantages. It can increase the speed of cultivation. For example, Wang Wei as the emperor is the highest official in the kingdom and he has a blessing of 9 times the cultivating speed of a normal person. Then, the Empress Dong Lifen will have at least 8 times the cultivating speed. The different consort and concubines in the palace will have different levels of benefit bonus to their cultivation speed. The same rules applied to other official positions such as Prime Minister or Chancellor. Another benefit that luck provides is the increase in comprehension ability. Although it is not as exaggerated as several times the increase in cultivation speed, the increase is high enough to be easily noticeable, especially for the people of this world who have low talent. As long as you have a high position in the dynasty, you can still cultivate to higher realms without having to be hindered by innate talent. As for Wang Wei's group, a high position made it easier for them to absorb the luck they needed for this trial. After taking the list, Wang Wei began to officially seal different people in different positions. He first sealed Dong Lifen as the empress. Immediately afterward, she felt that the world around her was more clear. The blood chi inside her body seemed to move faster and more easily. After Dong Lifen, Wang Wei began to seal his group into different positions. In order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei combined many different political systems from his past life. He divided all the officials into 9 grades, with grade 1 being the highest and grade 9 the lowest. Then, he created a cabinet that helped him share the burden of governing the world. In the cabinet, only officials grade 3 and above are allowed to enter. Also, there were 3 grade 1 positions in the cabinet. Yan Liling served as the chancellor, in charge of the overall political situations of the entire dynasty. Furthermore, as an alchemist, she is also responsible for the logistics of the dynasty, like taking care of the spiritual gardens, procuring new spiritual medicines and refining pills for the entire dynasty. In fact, Yan Liling had an overwhelming amount of power in the Great Xia dynasty. If it was any other ordinary kingdom or dynasty, the emperor would never allow one person to wield so much power. Unfortunately, for the four of them, this dynasty is nothing but a trial and no one really cares about such things as power and control. Another grade 1 position was the Grand Commandant, which was Li Jun's official position. He was in charge of the entire dynasty's military power, from recruitment, to funding, to military deployment. Wang Wei basically gave all the military power to Li Jun and decided to be lazy. Of course, this was due to the trust he had in Li Jun and the fact that a large military did not play a big role to cultivators like him in this world. With his strength, he could single-handedly destroy an army of more than 1 million soldiers. After his position was established in the conferred god list, Li Jun did feel the increase in cultivation speed, although just slightly. In fact, this made sense. The 8 times increase in cultivation speed is based on the average people of this world. To a talented person like Li Jun, this has little to no effect on him. Not to mention that his cultivation was soon reaching the peak that this world allowed. So, the effect was not significant to him or Wang Wei and Yan Liling. However, Li Jun did benefit from the increase in his comprehension ability. He smiled happily as he could use less time to understand the heaven-fighting scripture. The last grade 1 position was called by Wang Wei as the Grand Censorate and was given to Wang Ju. Just like the name implied, this was a position in charge of secretly monitoring both the officials of the dynasty and people from foreign dynasties. This position can be called the Eye of the Emperor. Of all the 3 grade 1 positions, this was the one that Wang Wei placed the most heavy emphasis on. He used Wang Ju's spying ability to monitor all the corruption in his territory and eliminate them. As Wang Wei's purpose is to gather luck, he needed his territory to be free from corruption so that the people's heart can be at peace, and thus stabilizing the luck of the dynasty. Additionally, he needs to be informed of what is going on in different dynasties to prepare for future war. The fastest way to increase luck is to conquer more land and increase the territory of the dynasty. After sealing the 3 of them for their position, Wang Wei spent a few hours sealing other people as well. The whole process took quite some time, then a meeting to report the situation of the dynasty occurred. The Minister of Agriculture stepped to the front and kowtowed in the ground. "I have failed Your Majesty's expectation. The grains that you asked me to cultivate have failed." Wang Wei frowned and said, "You can get up. Give me your report on the process." After hearing this, the minister stood up and handed a document and seed to someone on the side, who then handed it to Wang Wei. In fact, Wang Wei hated these tedious processes, but he also knew that it is something necessary to act with certain decorum in formal occasions. Since he is the emperor of a dynasty, it is considered ungentlemanly or impolite to directly receive something directly from his subject. After receiving the paper, he started reading the paper. After conquering the Eastern Rain Kingdom 2 years ago, Wang Wei started to focus heavily on 2 topics, one of which was agriculture. In order to be able to feed the whole kingdom, he spread knowledge on how to properly cultivate the land. Of course, he did not stop there. After giving the people enough time to adapt to these methods, Wang Wei began to use scientific methods to farm. Of course, Wang Wei did not have access to technology from his past life even with his eidetic memory. However, he was still a relatively powerful refiner and array master. As such, he created many puppets to replace manual labor in farms. He created formations to regulate temperature, humidity, and pH of plants. He worked with Yan Liling to create pills that can replace chemical fertilizers. In simple words, Wang Wei used the power of cultivation to revolutionize the daily lives of ordinary people. Of course, many cultivators complained, but Wang Wei used both force and rewards to encourage these people to do the job he wanted them to do. As for the failure that the Minister of Agriculture spoke of, it was because Wang Wei asked his department to use the concept of hybridization to cultivate specific grains that can grow rapidly solely based on the amount of spiritual qi in the environment. The specific crop would be able to absorb spiritual qi from heaven and earth to accelerate the rate that it grows and mature. If the process had succeeded, Wang Wei would set up a spirit gathering array, then plant these seeds and watch as they grow exponentially rapidly, thus increasing the amount of food for the entire dynasty. If he succeeded, he would have accomplished something incredible. Imagine an entire dynasty, no, an entire world free from hunger and starvation due to abundant food and nourishment. This would be quite extraordinary. After reading the paper and analyzing the failed product, Wang Wei sighed for a while before starting to think to himself. It seemed that the laws of science do not really apply to the cultivation world, or at least, not 100%. And maybe, I am way over my head. I should think that it would not be easy to make such a heaven-defying thing. What I tried to do was essentially turning something rotten into something magical. Maybe, only a great emperor who cultivates the Tao of good fortune could create such a magical seed that can change the course of an entire civilization. Chapter 111. The meeting lasted for quite some time as Wang Wei had many things to review before everyone was dismissed. However, one person remained behind to have a private conversation with Wang Wei. It was Empress Dong Lifan. Wang Wei moved his head to his side and looked at her still sitting in her phoenix throne and asked, "Do you have anything else to say to me?" Dong Lifan then stood up, bowed properly and said, "I would like to thank your majesty for keeping his words and treating the people as well as you do." Wang Wei waved his hand and replied, "Rise. There is no need to thank me. As I said before, this is just a trial to me and doing so will benefit me greatly." "That may be true, your majesty," answered Dong Lifan, still in the bowing posture. "However, I have seen the information about the other kingdoms and dynasties. None of your peers spent so much time and effort on the livelihood of the people. Although the lives of the common people have improved dramatically, compared to the changes in our kingdom. And all of this is due to your majesty's divine vision." Wang Wei smiled and held her up. "You can rise now, and I will accept your praise." After setting her down in her throne, he suddenly asked, "I've been wondering, why are you still in the body refining realm 11th layer? With your talent and cultivation resources you have access to, you should have long entered the divine sea realm." Dong Lifan, who was in the process of brewing tea for Wang Wei, suddenly paused and a stiff smile was stuck on her face. Then she continued as if nothing ever happened. "I'm just making sure that my foundation is very solid in each realm, that's all." However, the observant Wang Wei still caught onto her actions and seemed to have thought something. "You are quite ambitious. Not satisfied with having a supreme foundation and wanting to have a Tao foundation instead." Dong Lifan immediately lowered her head after hearing Wang Wei's words. Without looking him in the eyes, she rapidly served the tea, almost spilling on him. Suddenly, an idea appeared in Wang Wei's mind. As such, he reassured her. "You do not need to be afraid or anxious. There is nothing wrong with being ambitious. Unfortunately, the secret to having a Tao foundation is the highest one of my sect. And even with my status, I would be in a great deal of trouble if I revealed it to you, and even this world might be implicated if news were to spread out that I leaked one of the sect's highest secrets." After hearing this, Dong Lifan's head was further lowered, and she even secretly sighed to herself. "Although I cannot tell you how to make a breakthrough," continued Wang Wei, "I can still provide you with some help." Dong Lifan raised her head with a swift motion, then her dreamy eyes looked at Wang Wei with an unknown twinkle on them. Right in this moment, she unknowingly exuded a fleeting and ethereal beauty. "The answer to your problem is actually right in front of you, luck. The dynasty's luck or fortune has many magical and unimaginable means. If you study it thoroughly, you may find a way to elevate your foundation to the level of Tao. But your majesty, the luck of the dynasty can only be controlled by you alone. Since I have mentioned it, that means I have a way around this. When I'm not busy, you can come find me and I will use the imperial seal to allow you control over the dynasty's luck. I'll even provide you with my experience in breaking through the body refining 12th layer." Dong Lifan wanted to immediately object. Control of a dynasty's luck is the symbol of an emperor, it is proof of their status and power. How could she use such a thing? Even if she wanted to, the ministers of the court would never allow it. They would instantly accuse her of having the idea of revolt and ask that she be deposed of her status immediately. Maybe even worse, they might ask that she be executed for treason. Dong Lifan was well aware that many ministers of the court did not like her or approved of her, especially given the fact that she was the remains of the last dynasty. Many people have already complained and asked His Majesty to reduce her status to consorts. Fortunately for her, His Majesty did not care about these people and always ignored him, otherwise her status would be greatly affected. Dong Lifan looked at the calm Wang Wei and realized that he was different from other emperors and he had secretly been protecting her. She blushed slightly, and with a look of determination, bowed once again and said, "Then, I will gladly accept your Majesty's favor and grace." Afterwards, the two of them chatted over tea before Dong Lifan left towards her own palace with steady strides and a wide smile. Wang Wei watched the Empress leaving and a gleam of light flashed deep into his jeweled gray eyes. It seemed that there was no need for me to find a way for her to be interested in studying luck. After all, there is no greater motivation than the desire for self-improvement, muttered Wang Wei with a cunning smile on his face. Then he headed to his cultivation room. Meanwhile, after the meeting, both Li Jun and Yan Liling exited the palace together. They looked at the moonlight enveloping the entire capital. Unfortunately, the brightness of the moon was overshadowed by the beautifully lit city. As Li Jun walked and chatted with Yan Liling, he observed how many houses had lamps that illuminate the night. However, the lamps did not have fire burning in them, but exuded powerful lights that can be seen from far distances. Suddenly, Li Jun looked at Yan Liling and said, "I suddenly had the urge to visit Rainbow City." "So late at night?" "Well, it won't take long anyway." "Okay. Let's go." After the two of them agreed, they walked to a corner of a lighted street and waved their hands. Soon, a carriage came and stopped in front of them and the driver said, "Young master and miss, did you call for a flying horse carriage?" The two of them nodded and entered the carriage and said to the driver through a glass window, "Drop us at the Dragon Launch Station." "No problem," responded the driver. Then, he pressed a button. Immediately afterwards, countless runes lit up on the carriage. The driver placed both hands on a circular wooden barrel top and steered the carriage. The carriage, who was in fact driven by a wooden horse that had 4 wheels for legs, started to move forward rapidly on a street large enough for more than 10 carriages to pass through. Despite this though, each carriage followed a single line and ran behind each other without trying to surpass each other. A few minutes on the road, the driver suddenly said to the both of them, "I cannot believe that your Majesty created such a magical carriage for the common people. Now, traveling has become so easy." "It is indeed a brilliant invention," responded Li Jun. "I heard the original name was a CA car. I wonder if it's true." "It's true, however. The officials of the court argue that the people would be intimidated by the new and unrecognizable name and it is better to use something more familiar. As such, the name Flying Horse Carriage was used. Well, personally, I think the current name is quite pleasing." The driver seemed not surprised that these two passengers had access to sensitive information such as this. The reason for that is the fact that the driver had already guessed that these two people had a powerful background based on the clothes they were wearing. As a person who has been driving a carriage for quite some time now, he has learned to identify customers with prestigious and noble backgrounds based on their clothes and demeanor. Seeing that these customers were actually quite amiable, the driver continued to chat with them. "I have been living in the capital for many years and have experienced many things in my life. But, I have never seen a place change as much as the capital did in the past 2 years. You cannot find any dirt or filth in the entire city. There are no beggars lying everywhere, everyone has proper clothes to wear. And more importantly are those new immortal lamps that can light up by themselves without fire. I can tell you my wife was the happiest when our family bought our first immortal lamp. I only had to save for a month to be able to afford it. You can imagine my surprise when I heard that such a heavenly thing actually cost so little. At first, I thought this was some kind of scam. However, when my neighbor bought his first immortal lamp and told me that the price was actually real, I was so happy that I went to buy a statue of your Majesty to pray for blessing for him." The driver sighed and looked a little distracted for a brief moment before regaining his bearing. "I know that the law of the dynasty does not allow people to pray to His Majesty, but I couldn't help myself. And after I bought the immortal lamp, my son was also very happy. He no longer had to squint in the candlelight when studying." Chapter 112. Both Wang Wei and Yan Liling looked at the driver that seemed to want to release himself by talking to someone and they sighed. This realized how much of an impact their big brother has on this world and the amount of changes he brought to the people. This driver is just among the billions of people whose lives that their big brother has changed over the past 2 years. After a brief pause of reminiscing, the driver did not stop talking and continued on, "Don't get me started on the sage book that the school provided to my son. Not only was the school free to attend, they even provided the student with an immortal artifact like this. I heard my son say that his teacher was talking to him directly through the book. So, how does this thing work anyway? It's not actually talking to him, but placing him in an illusion." "Illusion?" "Yes," answered Yen Liling. "The Sage Book has an illusion array carved on it that places the students into a powerful illusion where they can review their teacher's lecture and knowledge. With this illusion, the students can have knowledge directly placed inside their minds, thus skipping the process of memorizing things. They can also have access to every teacher's lecture anywhere and anytime." "Big brother. I mean, His Majesty created this method to be able to quickly train officials for the dynasty." Of course, Yen Liling only briefly summarized the purpose of this book and did not mention many of the revolutionary ideas in them. For example, while in the illusion, the people will enter a state of deep focus in which their spirits will be enhanced to the extreme, thus dramatically increasing the learning abilities of each student. In order not to be affected, each school is required to properly feed each student, as thus intense focus can have a negative effect on the body. In order to create this origin artifact, her big brother had to study illusion with Su AI for months. As a person knowledgeable in runes, Yen Liling had to marvel at such innovative use of runes and refining. The driver listened attentively and nodded. "Although I don't understand what you are saying," said the driver, "I'm still happy that His Majesty created such an immortal artifact." Suddenly, Yen Liling frowned and asked, "Shouldn't you know some of these things? According to the law, each driver of the flying horse carriage needs to be illiterate and pass a test to be able to publicly steer one." The driver smiled with embarrassment and hurriedly answered, "I did not go to school to learn, but my son taught me how to read and I passed the test. This is my permit." After saying this, the driver took out a paper from his steering department and showed it to Yen Liling through the glass window that separated them. After checking the permit, Yen Liling nodded and said, "It seemed to be a legal one. You must be very intelligent to be able to learn reading on your own." The driver blushed a little after hearing the compliment and responded, "At that time, I was still working hard with a normal chariot to save enough money to buy the horse-flying one. I could tell at one glance that this new carriage was going to be the standard from now on, so I wanted to be one of the first people to get one. However, I would have wasted a lot of time if I had to go to school every day to learn, so I just asked my son to teach me in person. Thanks to heaven, no, thanks to His Majesty's blessing, I was able to pass the test and get my license." Both Li Jun and Yen Liling nodded and continued chatting throughout the rest of the journey. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived at their destination, paid the driver and secretly gave him a very handsome red envelope. After the two of them left, the driver muttered to himself, "My wife would never believe that such a fairy-like sister actually commented on how smart I am. That old woman never appreciated my wisdom. Hey, I should have listened to my son and bought one of those magical flutes that put other people's voices on them. What was it called again? Right, voice-storing flute. However, these things are too expensive." After saying that, the driver got in his carriage and drove out, searching for his next passenger. Meanwhile, Li Jun and Yen Liling arrived at their destination, the Dragon Launch Station. Then, they went to buy their boarding permits. After showing their identification card, the woman responsible for providing the permit was immediately flustered for a moment and said, "Your Excellencies, as high-ranking officials, boarding permits are actually free. You do not need to pay." However, both Li Jun and Yen Liling shook their heads and still paid for their permits. Then, they waited for a few minutes. Soon, they heard a melodious voice echoing throughout the station, "The crawling dragon construct has arrived. All passengers prepared to board and stay away from the doors." After the announcement, Li Jun and Yen Liling saw a wooden construct in the shape of a dragon traveling rapidly on a pre-established track before stopping. Then, many scales on the dragon construct opened up horizontally. Following which, countless people exited the construct and left in different directions. Afterwards, both Li Jun and Yan Liling entered the construct. They searched for a while before finding a private carriage with a few people on them. I cannot believe that puppets could be used in such a way, marveled Li Jun, and with stars twinkling in his eyes. That's true, responded Yan Liling after sitting down. Big Brother Wang Wei has been complaining that the transportation methods of this world were so slow and tiring. So, he found a way to improve it. Yeah. What is more impressive was that he did not just use such marvelous origin artifacts only for cultivators, but found ways to commercialize it by making sure it can be controlled by mortals. However, many of the cultivators in the court object to making cultivating objects accessible to mortals. All of them have such low vision, replied Yan Liling with a sneer on her face. Li Jun looked at his companion with a wry smile on his face. There is no need to criticize them. Even in our world, the cultivators would react the same way they did. In fact, if we were not influenced by Big Brother, can you guarantee that we would not respond the same way? Yan Liling did not answer his question. After a few seconds, she said, "What a weird word, commercialize. Big Brother always has a bunch of weird names. Didn't he want to call the crawling dragon construct a train? I heard my mother say that all geniuses have weird habits." "So, my little genius, what is your weird habit?" asked Yan Liling with charming eyes that could mesmerize most men. Li Jun then whispered in her ears, "How about I show you my weirdness tonight, when we are alone?" Yan Liling immediately blushed and pushed Li Jun away and said, "Not here in public." Li Jun smirked a little and moved his head away, looking at the window in order not to further embarrass his wife. After a few minutes, Yan Liling had regained her composure and asked, "What are you thinking so deeply about?" "I'm thinking whether the human emperor was as good as Big Brother Wang Wei." After hearing this, Yan Liling also had a pensive look on her face. "Who is the human emperor you are talking about?" said a sudden melodious voice while the two of them were thinking. They both turned their voice in the direction of the voice. There, they saw a beautiful young girl looking at them. The beautiful girl was dressed with a refined hanfu. She had a very calm temperament and eyes full of vicissitudes that contradicted her youthful face. Yan Liling took a good look at her before saying, "Are you the Empress Master, you see you?" The beautiful girl then sat next to the two of them after an invitation. "Looking at your face, you must have broken through the divine altar realm," said Yan Liling with a smile. You see bowed and said, "Thank you, Miss Yan Liling, for the pills you provided." "No problem. As long as you work hard for the Big Brother, you will always be rewarded." "So, what are you doing here?" After hearing Yan Liling's question, you sighed and answered, "After my breakthrough about a month ago, I exited my seclusion to find the capital. No, the entire kingdom has changed dramatically. So, I decided to travel around to get acquainted with the changes that have occurred. Today, I decided to spend the whole day traveling to different parts of the dynasty through the crawling dragon construct, when I overheard your conversations just now. So, that's how it is. I'm still very curious about your world, especially this human emperor you just mentioned. If you don't mind, could you please tell me about him?" Both Li Jun and Yan Liling looked at each other for a brief moment. Noticing this, you quickly said, "If this is some sort of secret, you do not have to say anything." "No, it's not like that," answered Li Jun. "We were just a little surprised by the sudden question. As for the human emperor, he was a legendary character from our world." Chapter 113. After taking a brief moment of recollection, Yan Liling began to explain the origin and story of the human emperor. "You should have learned about the differences of worlds from the Empress, right?" asked Yan Liling. "Yes, Fenner has explained to me the differences between Lower Thousands World and Greater Thousands Worlds. She even mentioned the fact that the world you guys came from is a heavenward world, which is a world that can give birth to a great emperor," answered you with a look of envy and yearning in her eyes. "Well, as one of the highest levels of worlds in the endless void, you can imagine how long its history stood," continued Yan Liling. "In order to properly study it, the cultivators in our world have divided our history into different eras, 9 to be precise. First there was the chaotic era. However, we do not know much about this era except for the fact that our world was just born and as such, completely inhabitable by any living creatures, both living and non-living. After that came the primordial era. In that time, heavenly Tao was completed and living beings came to our world. In current time, all we know is the fact that this era was inhabited by many fierce innate life forms such as primordial gods, dragons, and phoenixes. There are rumors that the name of our world's current 5 continents was named after these innate beings. After saying this, Yen Liling paused for a moment and realized that her explanation might take some time and it was inappropriate to be constantly talking the whole time. As such, she secretly elbowed Li Jun, who immediately understood her meaning. As such, he took a few minutes to brew tea for the 3 of them. After serving the tea, he said, "This is some of the Longshuet tea that I have secretly stolen from Big Brother Wang Wei." Yu Siyu smiled happily after hearing this, then drank her tea with a smile on her face. Just having the opportunity to drink this tea again was worth her trip today. I never understood Big Brother Wang Wei's love for Longshuet tea. Although it is one of the best teas in our world, there are still many that are as good as it, if not better, commented Yen Liling. That's because you never tasted it when Big Brother used his secret brewing method. I don't know what ingredient he used, but the taste of the tea was magically transformed into something beyond wonders, answered Li Jun with a reminiscent look on his face. I remember the first time that I tasted it. The taste was simply heavenly. Afterward, I spent more than a year pestering him to give me the recipe, but he refused. What's even worse was the fact that he even refused to brew it for me with his special recipe afterwards. If I did not complain to Uncle Wang Tian, he probably would never have brewed the tea for me again. Yen Liling then realized why both Li Jun and Wang Wei were so in love with this tea. It seemed that both of them had their own secret recipe that they shared together. She secretly clenched her teeth and complained about how these guys are leaving her out. She vowed to get her revenge. Li Jun suddenly felt that his companion changed somehow and looked at her, but he did not find anything, so he believed that he must be thinking too much. After taking a sip of her tea, Yen Liling continued her explanation towards Yu Siyu, who was happily drinking her tea. Where was I again in my explanation? You mentioned your world's different eras in history. Especially the primordial era. Yes, the primordial era. After that era came the beginning emperor era. We do not know much about this era except for the fact that a human by the name of Longguo was the first person to prove the Tao and took the name of the heaven-opening emperor. Then came the void or null era. In fact, in our current era, nothing is actually known about this era, hence the name. However, after years of study, many cultivators believe that a terrifying catastrophe enveloped our world. As a result, all the primordial gods and innate life forms like dragon, phoenixes, and Qilin became extinct in our world. No, to be precise, they were gone. What's even worse was that after the null era, the cultivation civilization in our world was completely destroyed or cut off. There were no cultivation techniques, no formation or pill inheritance left. Everything had to start over. Yu Siyu almost choked on her tea after hearing this. Based on the information that her disciples had told her, she knew how powerful the world of these people is. However, she just learned that something as severe as inheritance being cut off actually happened to them. Immediately afterwards, cold sweat started falling from Yu Siyu's back. If even such a powerful world can suffer such tragedy, then, doesn't that mean her little thousand world could be destroyed at any moment from threats from above? The endless void is really a place of constant danger where anything could happen, thought Yu Siyu to herself. Meanwhile, Yen Liling continued her story. After the null era, many genius cultivators sought to rebuild the civilization of our world and succeeded. The first of which was the founder of our sect, Wang Chishan, also referred to as Emperor Qiyuan. After creating the origin path cultivating system and spreading it out, he proved the Tao and became a great emperor. Emperor Qiyuan then successful started the ancient emperor era, Founder. Yes, the founder of our sect. Are you saying that the founder of the sect you guys came from created the cultivating method that we are currently using in this world? That's exactly right, answered Yen Liling with a little pride on her face. Meanwhile, a great turmoil was going on inside Yu Siyu's mind. Although she guessed that these young people had extraordinary status, she did not think that their status was so noble. Especially when it comes to His Majesty Wang Wei. She noticed how he was the leader of the group. Additionally, given the fact that he shared the same surname as Emperor Chiyuan, there is a high chance that he is his direct descendant. After taking a mouthful of tea to calm herself down, she asked, "What about the human emperor you mentioned before?" Yes, the human emperor was also an ancient emperor. In fact, he was the last great emperor of that era. To be precise, he ended that era. Near the end of the ancient emperor era, our world faced another disaster. The first great emperor from the demon race was born. Demon race? Oh right, I forgot that your world does not have a demon race. You should be aware of demonic beasts. You then nodded. Their world does have demonic beasts living in mountains, ocean, and mainly forests. The majority of these beasts are way more powerful than ordinary cultivators. After a demonic beast enters Tier 4 or the supernatural realm, most of them will go through heavenly tribulation to turn into humans. However, some demonic beasts with powerful bloodlines can turn into human shape the moment they are born. However, these demonic beasts are quite arrogant and refuse to acknowledge that they are the same as the other demonic beasts with lower intelligence and bloodlines. As such, they referred to themselves as the demon race instead. You understood her meaning as similar things happened in this word. There is a group of humans who swallowed the blood of demonic beasts and survived the process. This method granted them extraordinary abilities that normal humans or cultivators do not have. As such, these groups of people refused to acknowledge themselves as just human and called themselves the blood human race. After a brief explanation, Yen Liling continued her story. After the demon race gave birth to their first great emperor, he did not behave morally upright like the other human emperors. He started to conquer the entire world, while killing all the humans. Wherever he went, he would either kill all the people or enslave them in servitude of the demon race. Many powerful emperor lineage fought against the Golden Ape Great Emperor with either their emperor artifacts or formations. However, it was of no use. Yen Liling paused for a moment to take a sip of tea. Meanwhile, you wondered how she could remain so calm about this. The Golden Ape Great Emperor, as the most powerful cultivator of the world at that time, was simply unstoppable. Any people who attacked him would either be killed or suppressed. All the cultivators of our world were desperate and thought that the end of the human race was coming. That was until the human emperor appeared. His origins were unknown and mysterious. However, he came up with a brilliant idea. The idea was to create a fortune dynasty and gather the luck of the entire human race to be able to fight the Golden Ape Emperor. You had a weird look on her face. She could not understand how this was a great idea as fortune dynasties existed all over this world. You might think that this is just a common idea, explained Yen Liling with a smile on her face. However, you have to understand that fortune dynasties did not exist back then in our world. This was not just an act of creating a country, but the human emperor essentially created or passed down a brand new Tao to our world. Of course, many cultivators today have debated that there might have been methods to create fortune dynasties before the Null Era. However, there is no evidence to prove such a claim. It was then that you understood the meaning behind the human emperor's action. To her now, the fortune dynasty might be a common thing that she is used to seeing. However, back then, this method was actually quite revolutionary and extraordinary. Not just anyone could actually think of something as brilliant as this, especially given the dire situation the human emperor was at that time. Not to mention that given the connection her world has to the myriad emperor word, there is a high chance that the method of creating a fortune dynasty also originated from there. Chapter 114. Yen Liling looked at you and realized that she understood the significance of the human emperor's plan back then. She nodded and continued her explanation of their world's history. After the human emperor came up with this idea, many powerful cultivators and sects agreed with him. They worked together to create the first and only unified dynasty of our world, the Great Qin dynasty. The human emperor was voted as the ruler of such a powerful dynasty after many negotiations among the cultivators of the world. With the power of luck of the entire human race, the human emperor was able to fight head-on with the Golden Ape Great Emperor despite being in the supreme realm. Or at the very least, he could keep him from interfering in ordinary people's battle. This human emperor sounded like a great cultivator. So what happened with the war between the two races? Asked Yu with intrigued. Without the Golden Ape Emperor's intervention, the human army fought a harsh and terrible war with the demon race. After countless millennia, the human race was victorious. The territory of the human race covered the entire Myriad Emperor world. All 5 continents were then conquered. This was an unprecedented feat never done before, even to this day. This time Yu nodded calmly. However, she was not that impressed given the fact that their entire world was conquered many times by powerful dynasties. Although these dynasties did not last long, they still accomplished a great deed that left their names engraved in the annals of history. Yen Liling noticed Yu's lack of awe at such an amazing feat and could guess the reason. It seems you do not understand the meaning of such a thing, so let me further explain. Do you think that your world is big? Yu then nodded. She knew how big her world was. With her previous cultivation level, it would take her years to travel all over it. Even with her current realm, she would have to spend months traveling non-stop at full speed to be able to travel throughout the entire world. After saying her nods her head, Yen Liling then continued, well, I can honestly tell you that your entire world is probably the size of about 5 to 10 domains in our world. And each of the 5 continents have 3,000 domains. And some domains are actually huge in size. For example, the Heavenspan domain that our Tao opening sect is located in is probably a few times larger than this world. Yu looked at Yen Liling with her mouth wide open. She could not fathom how vast their world actually was. Not to mention the fact their world was actually one of the many heavenly worlds existing in the endless void. Yu sighed and realized how insignificant she was in the grand scheme of the universe. She sighed and realized that only by following and cultivating her own Tao or path that she can find inner peace and fulfillment in her life. After coming to this realization, Yu's state of mind was sublimated, her foundation was stabilized and her cultivation that had just breakthrough was further loosened. Both Li Jun and Yen Liling noticed this change and were not surprised. Sometimes, low vision can be an obstacle for cultivators in their path of pursuing the Tao. Of course, they also secretly praised Yu. Not all cultivators can accept it when their world views are shattered and rebuilt. Just the fact that she was able to accept such things so quickly and rebuild her views so quickly preceded that she is a person with extraordinary willpower. Li Jun cupped his hands together and said, congratulations fellow Taoist Yu for being able to break through the shackles of the state of mind. Then Yen Liling did the same thing as well. Yu happily accepted their blessing with a smile on her face. After taking a brief moment to calm down, she continued to ask about the human emperor. After the great Qin dynasty conquered the world, the human emperor had enough luck to be able to fight equally against the Golden Ape Emperor instead of just barely defending. However, immediately afterwards, the cultivators of that time faced a problem. Despite the fact the human emperor was equal to a great emperor in battle strength, he was still a supreme realm cultivator. After a few millions of years, his lifespan would eventually come to an end. Meanwhile, the Golden Ape Great Emperor was actually immortal. He could wait for the death of the human emperor before counterattacking against the human race. Additionally, internal disputes started to happen inside the Great Qin dynasty. The only reason that the cultivators banded together was to fight against the Golden Ape Emperor. As such, they refused for him to choose a successor from his children to inherit the throne. Not to mention the fact that it was debatable whether one of his descendants could bear the power of such tremendous amounts of luck. However, even if one could, what about their character? The reason that the human emperor was chosen as the ruler of the Great Qin dynasty was due to his strength, charisma, and noble character. Nonetheless, the other cultivators feared that the human emperor's descendants would be corrupted by power and became a tyrant that abused said power. At that time, some people suggested choosing the next emperor based on other powerful cultivators in the world. However, no candidate could actually be chosen. Before the war with the demon race, many of the sects and factions had enmity with each other, so they refused to let their enemies or competitors become more powerful than them. Yen Liling then took a sip of tea to moisturize her throat. Then, she looked at Li Jun who seemed to be distracted thinking about something. During that time, the Great Qin dynasty came close to destruction due to internal politics. However, the human emperor came up with another brilliant solution to the problem. He noticed that Heavenly Tao disliked the Golden Ape Emperor. Many of his methods were harmful to the world. As such, he suffered from countless divine punishment. However, the Golden Ape Emperor was too strong and simply ignored the punishment. Based on this fact, the human emperor decided to use the entire human's chi luck as a medium to sacrifice to Heavenly Tao to create a heaven will. This was a crazy idea, as all the cultivators in the world were aware of the fact that only one heaven will appear in one generation, and the Golden Ape Emperor had already acquired it. To everyone's surprise, this method actually worked. A second heaven will appeared in one generation. Soon afterward, the human emperor proved the Tao and became a great emperor. In fact, even the title of human emperor was granted to him by Heavenly Tao itself. Both Yan Liling and Yu Siyu sighed. Hearing this story felt like listening to a mythical story written solely for the purpose of entertainment. The human emperor sounded like the protagonist of a legendary tale. What happened after that? What happened to the Golden Ape Emperor and the demon race? Asked Yu Siyu. According to records, the human emperor had a fierce battle with the Golden Emperor after proving the Tao. In the end, he managed to kill the Golden Ape Emperor. After hearing this, Yu Siyu gasped out loud as her worldview was once again shattered. She just learned that the most powerful and noblest of beings, a great emperor, was actually killed. Yu Siyu and all the cultivators of the world always pursued being a great emperor. Although all of them did not even know what a great emperor was, including Yu Siyu, until the extraterrestrial demon came to this world, they still imagined it as this being powerful beyond measure, beyond comprehension, beyond imagination. And the way they described and imagined a great emperor was even proven to be true by these foreign cultivators. No, it was proven to be more than they believed. However, Yu Siyu just learned that these powerful beings could actually be killed. How could she not be shocked? However, after taking a few minutes to think about the situation, she realized that it made sense. Only a powerful cultivator on the same level could actually accomplish such a feat. After taking a few minutes to calm down, she asked, what happened to the demon race afterwards? After the fall of the Golden Ape Emperor, the majority of human cultivators wanted to exterminate the demon race to prevent such tragedy from happening again. However, the human emperor disagreed. He argued that humans should not be the sole race in the world, that we need powerful competitors to keep us vigilant, otherwise, we will become prideful and arrogant, thus stop making progress. And the demon race was the perfect opponent for the human race. As such, instead of killing all of them, the human emperor banished the demon race into the weakest continent of the world, while leaving the other continents for humanity. However, the human emperor also did not want his race to face a similar situation in the future, so he took preventive measures. He sacrificed the entire luck of the great Qin dynasty, who at that time embodied the luck of the entire human race, and created a powerful formation. This formation, known as the Human Preservation Array, encircled the entire myriad emperor world and served only one purpose: to protect humans from powerful alien races in times of need. After the human emperor disappeared, each emperor after him would further strengthen this formation, ensuring the protection of the human race. Of course, that was until the Devil era, but that's a completely different story. Yu Siyu sighed as she pondered how vast and brilliant the world these people live in. Then, she remembered the promise that His Majesty made to her disciple and was quite excited for the future. After chatting with the two for a while, Yu Siyu arrived at her destination and left the crawling dragon construct with a delightful smile on her face. Chapter 115. Yan Liling took notice of Li Jun's distraction midway through her narration, so, after Yu Siyu left, she asked him what he was thinking about so deeply that he was being so rude to a guest. Oh, I just suddenly remember the time me and Big Brother Wang Wei had to learn about the human emperor when we were young. Did something interesting happen? Asked Yan Liling with an intriguing look on her face. Yes. At that time, our teacher asked us to write a paper about our understanding of the human emperor. All the kids in the class wrote about the glory and greatness of the human emperor, including me. However, Big Brother Wang Wei was not so flattering. I still remember the angry look on the teacher's face after hearing Big Brother Wang Wei's paper. Ha ha ha, he was so angry and wanted to reprimand him, but he did not dare do so due to Big Brother Wang Wei's status. So, What did Big Brother Wang Wei write on his paper? Asked Yan Liling hurriedly. According to Big Brother Wang Wei, the human emperor was not as morally upright as people of later generation make him out to be. In his paper, he argued that the only reason that the human emperor created the human preservation array was due to karma. Karma? Yes. According to the Big Brother Wang Wei, although most great emperors should not be greatly affected by karma, things were different for the human emperor. As a person who only managed to prove the Tao by sacrificing the luck of the entire human race, he was indefinitely bound to the human race and to the myriad emperor world through karma. If the human emperor did not pay the karma he owed to the myriad emperor world, he would be stuck all his life as the protector or guardian of the world for all of his life. You mean similar to the devil emperors? Suddenly asked Yan Liling with a shocked look on her face. Exactly, said Li Jun before continuing. Big Brother Wang Wei said that the human emperor used the human preservation array to remove the binding that humanity's chi luck had on him and repay the karma he owed to our race and to the world. He even went as far as arguing that the reason that the human emperor did not want to exterminate the demon race was not because of the reason he argued, or at least, not the main reason. The real reason was that he needed a good reason to use humanity's chi luck to create the human preservation array. Yan Liling was more surprised by the article written by Wang Wei. However, the more she thought about it, the more reasonable she found it. After pondering for a while, she asked, it made sense given the fact that even his title was granted to him by heavenly Tao itself. He is the only great emperor to have such an honor. However, why did Big Brother Wang Wei dislike the human emperor so much? It's not that he disliked him, more like he was wary of him for some reasons. I remember that Big Brother was somewhat shocked when he learned that the human emperor chose the name Qin for the first dynasty. During that time, he was obsessed with finding out the origin of the human emperor. He spent a lot of time in the sect's Tibetan scripture pavilion searching for information about the human emperor. Yan Liling nodded and did not think too much about it. She knew that Wang Wei sometimes behaves weirdly. And just like Li Jun, she also knew that some geniuses have weird quirks compared to other people. Suddenly, she asked, wait, from what I know, Big Brother Wang Wei was proven to be a genius at a very young age, so why was he in the same class as other children of the sect? Shouldn't he be studying by himself, or asking a tutor to teach him personally? Oh, that was because Aunt Yu Yan did not want Big Brother to become cold and arrogant. As such, he forced him to attend the sect lessons together with the other children of different branches. Yan Liling nodded, then the two of them started talking about different topics, then, they suddenly heard a voice. Attention to all passengers, the next stop Rainbow City will arrive in about 30 breaths. Please prepare to descend the crawling dragon construct. After the voice repeated itself 3 times, it stopped. Immediately afterward, both Li Jun and Yan Liling got up and walked to the closest scale of the construct and waited. Meanwhile, they overheard a conversation between a couple next to them. Why didn't you buy a permit for the soaring phoenix construct instead? Asked the woman. Honey, competition has been fierce these days at work and I could not afford a noble permit for the soaring phoenix construct, responded the man. What about the merchant permit? I tried to buy one, but all the seats were already bought. And I knew that you did not like to travel in the common aisle, so I could only do the next best thing and travel through land in the crawling dragon construct. After hearing her husband's explanation, the woman snorted at him and decided to ignore him for a while. Meanwhile, the man smiled wryly while scratching the back of his head. After a few breaths, the construct stopped and the designated scales opened. Both Li Jun and Yan Liling smiled at the couple's conversation and descended while holding arms with each other. After leaving the launching station, Li Jun looked at the brightly lit city in front of him and at the station behind him. He sighed and said, I'm going to miss all these new inventions when we return home. Well, you don't have to worry about transportation since we have teleportation formations back in our world. You can go anywhere instantly, replied Yan Liling. Do you think it is the same experience riding a crawling dragon construct and teleporting instantly? Yan Liling did not say a word. Furthermore, you should understand that our daily life has been fundamentally changed and improved by Big Brother. It is not the same thing back in our world. After being silent for a brief moment, Yan Liling then answered. Didn't Big Brother Wang Wei promise to bring back all these changes to the domains controlled by our sect? Yes, that's true. But I have a feeling that things will simply not be the same. You do not need to worry too much about such a thing, replied Yan Liling. After all, we are cultivators. Only by being in tune with nature, with heaven and earth, with the Tao can we walk further in our path. Li Jun pondered her words, then nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the two of them went on a date throughout this beautiful city known for its wonderful sceneries. Meanwhile, back in the palace, after the meeting, Wang Wei entered his cultivation room and activated all the formations. He sat cross-legged and started cultivating. On his divine altar, 365 divine veins could be seen perfectly carved. This means that Wang Wei had reached the peak of the divine altar realm and was only one step from breaking into the supernatural realm. Wang Wei looked at the divine veins on his altar and started thinking. As a person who cultivated an emperor's scripture, he cultivated a Tao foundation. To be precise, with the help of the Origin Path scripture, he cultivated the perfect Tao foundation. From the information he has read back in the sect, all the other techniques that cultivated the Tao foundation are not perfect. After carving the 365th divine vein, a crack will appear on the cultivator's divine altar. Many emperor lineage will have ways to fix that crack, but even after fixing it, it will still leave some marks no matter how small it may be. This symbolized the fact that nothing under heaven and earth is perfect except maybe heaven itself. The only people that can achieve perfection are the ones blessed by heavenly Tao, hence the reason that the Origin Path scripture allowed cultivators to achieve perfection. This was a reward by heavenly Tao to Emperor Qiyuan when he spread the method of cultivation to the world. This was one of the merits granted to him. Despite this, not all cultivators can actually achieve a perfect Tao foundation after cultivating the Origin Oath scripture. Certain talents are needed for that. According to what Wang Wei knows, in the past few generations, only him, his father and great elder Yan Mei managed to cultivate a perfect Tao foundation. Even his grandfather failed to accomplish such a thing. As for Wang Wei, he was not satisfied with just having a perfect Tao foundation and wanted something more, something better. And he succeeded when he broke through the 13th layer of the body refining realm and had an ever-expanding divine sea. As such, he called his foundation Transcendent Perfection or Transcendent Tao Foundation. Now that he had entered the peak of the divine altar realm, he began to ponder how to achieve such transcendence. Since he did not have a precedent to follow, Wang Wei had to create his own way. After many years of contemplating, he found a method and decided to try it now. More importantly, he had a hunch that he would succeed. Chapter 116. After contemplating for many years, Wang Wei decided to engrave divine veins not just into his divine altar, but also into his soul. If he succeeded, his control over spiritual qi would reach an unimaginable level, and he could also guess that there would be further benefit when he entered the primordial spirit realm. However, there was still a problem that needed to be solved: how to gain access to the soul. Only cultivators who have opened their Naiwan aperture and have their own sea of consciousness can have easy access to their souls. And only in the supernatural realm did cultivators open up their Naiwan aperture. However, this problem was not so difficult for Wang Wei. As a person who knows how it feels like to live solely in the form of the soul, he has a great deal of understanding about it. As such, Wang Wei closed his eyes and concentrated. He imagined himself before he was reincarnated back on Earth, when his body was destroyed and he was left with only a soul floating in the vast and limitless space. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei found himself in a small and dark space. In the middle of the space was a cloud-like fluffy thing floating there. Instinctively, he knew that this was his soul. After close examination, he discovered to his surprise that his soul was actually purple with a few gray outlines around the edges. According to the information he learned, souls are usually white as a symbol that all beings are innately pure and good. A soul can also change color. For example, an red and dark soul represents that a person has committed countless sins and is heavily entangled by karma. There are soul cultivating methods that also turn the soul into a different color. However, the color is usually golden. As for a purple-colored soul, he has never heard of it. He guessed that the gray outlines had to do with his fate puppeteer physique or the fragment of fate law, but he was clueless for the purple color. Suddenly, Wang Wei remembered how the clone of the battle-maniac emperor once said that his soul had the quality of paragon. Maybe that is the reason for his soul being purple. After scanning his memory again, Wang Wei realized that his soul started to change color when he absorbed all the blue lights that were floating in the endless void when he was swallowed by the space crack back on Earth. At that time he was so focused on reaching the next blue spot that he did not really pay attention to this detail. Wang Wei secretly blamed himself for how much of an idiot he was for not realizing that these blue spots were extraordinary and that his soul was probably more mysterious and enigmatic than he previously thought. According to knowledge he knows about the soul, an ordinary mortal soul cannot last long after leaving the body. The soul is yin in nature, while the sun is yang in nature. If a soul were to touch the yang sun, it would be obliterated immediately. Not to mention the fact that the soul needs energy or nutrients to sustain itself, which the body provides. Only cultivators' souls in the primordial spirit realm can sustain themselves without the need of a body. And that is only because at that time, the soul has transformed into a primordial spirit. However, even then, the soul or primordial spirit can only last a few months before fading away, unless other measures are taken. Only cultivators in the saint realm can actually abandon their bodies and survive only as a soul entity. As for Wang Wei, he could tell that he spent a very long time floating in space or void after being swallowed by that space crack. It was only after reviewing his memory that Wang Wei realized that he might have spent eons floating in that endless voice. And only his will and desire for survival that made him ignore the passage of time, otherwise, he might have been driven crazy before he reached his destination. And those blue spots not only provided Wang Wei's soul with a terrible amount of lifespan, but also strength to be able to exist in such a terrible environment for such an extended period of time. And it seems that the blue spots also provided his soul with an incomparable quantity and quality. After pondering these things, Wang Wei suddenly stopped as he noticed something odd or different about his soul. So, he went back to his memories again and checked right before he entered the bright light, right before he reincarnated in the myriad emperor world. He realized that his cloud-like soul was actually massive in size, especially when compared to the current size of his soul now. It was almost like comparing planet Earth with the size of the Milky Way galaxy. After frowning for a while, he guessed that most of his soul had probably decreased in quantity after going through the process of reincarnation. Or even better, this might be the reason that he kept the memories from his past life. Wang Wei theorized that he himself might have decided to sacrifice the quantity of his soul in order to retain the memories from his past life. Unfortunately, he could not remember anything after entering the bright light. Well, luckily, my soul's quality still remained, thought Wang Wei after sighing for a while at his tremendous luck. In fact, Wang Wei was not that sad about this loss despite what he said. There is a clear correlation between the soul and the body. As strong as one is, the other has to be strong enough to bear the other. If Wang Wei was born with such a powerful soul, his body would not be able to bear it and cause him a great deal of trouble. Of course, his soul would slowly strengthen his body until he can actually carry it, just like a strong body will strengthen the soul. However, in the process, Wang Wei would probably be quite miserable. With such a powerful soul, his body and mind would not be able to function properly and he would be labeled as intellectually disabled. And with how strong his soul was, it would have taken thousands upon thousands of years to strengthen his body to the level that he could function properly. And that's just a mild estimate. After taking a deep breath to calm himself down, Wang Wei began the process he needed to do in the first place. With a sudden thought, he began to engrave divine veins on his soul, just like he did on his divine altar. Of course, he did not inscribe random veins on his soul. No, as he was aware of the fact that divine veins will in fact be combined together into origin pattern on the ancient lamps in the supernatural realm, he organized his soul divine veins to perfectly fit or connect with the ones in his divine altar. After engraving another 355 veins on his soul, Wang Wei stopped as he realized that any further ones served no benefit to him and would be just a waste of time. Any more veins would affect the creation of his origin pattern and also provide no further increase in strength. After finishing his engraving, both the divine veins in his soul and his divine altar shined together, and a profound connection was formed between them. Wang Wei opened his eyes and he saw the world completely different from before. For one thing, he could physically see spiritual qi floating and dancing in the air with his eyes. The spiritual qi seemed to be alive and noticed Wang Wei's presence and flew towards him and entered his body without him even asking. He felt that he had a tremendous affinity with spiritual qi. And with this affinity came a terrifying control. In order to test his theory, Wang Wei secretly left the palace to an inhabited mountain. He activated all his 720 divine veins and controlled the spiritual qi around him. Instantly, Wang Wei flew straight into the sky with steadiness and without pause. And his speed was actually quite fast. Although he could not actually reach Mach 1 like supernatural realm cultivators, he could still fight properly in the air. Furthermore, compared to how he almost fell from the air due to low spiritual qi when he first tried to fly in this world, the process was too easy this time. Without hesitation, Wang Wei flew straight through the sky, almost reaching the stratosphere, then he looked at the world under his feet. At this height, Wang Wei could see the entire world, from one end to another. He could see how this world was actually a piece of land surrounded by ocean that defies the fundamental laws of gravity. And unlike the myriad emperor world, this world did not have a barrier to protect it, but Wang Wei could see a powerful formation at the end of the world that cut off the world from the endless void. After sighing for a while at how mysterious the world of cultivation works, Wang Wei returned to the palace. He wanted to know how long his seclusion took and deal with future plans. Chapter 117. While Wang Wei was in retreat to create his Transcendent Tao Foundation, many of the other heaven chosen of this trial took notice when a new fortune dynasty was created. Great Zhou Dynasty, Royal Palace. Ji Song wore a yellow dragon robe with a crown on his head. His muscular body and hard face emanate a powerful and bloody aura. He was sitting on a chair carved with dragons when he suddenly felt a change occurred in the eastern region. He connected to the luck of his dynasty and watched how the Great Xia Dynasty was founded with tremendous amounts of luck. He clenched his teeth so hard that the dragon throne he sat on was deformed, and through gritted teeth, he said, "Wang Wei." Immediately afterward, a terrible killing intent enveloped the entire meeting room. Many officials thought they had done something wrong and immediately knelt in the ground asking for forgiveness. All of them except one, First Prince Ji Su. Or in this case, Prime Minister Ji Su. After seeing his younger brother's reaction, he guessed what happened and said out loud, "Your Majesty, calm down." His voice contained a little bit of his spiritual power and Ji Song immediately came back to his senses, thus removing his killing intent. However, this was just on the surface. Deep in his eyes, the killing intent was so intense that it wanted to devour not just his enemy, but himself as well. Ji Su also noticed this and he frowned. He could tell that his brother's situation right now was not ideal. If he continues like this, he most likely will develop heart demon towards Wang Wei. After seeing his younger brother calm down, Ji Su then said, "Are you calm now?" Ji Song just nodded. "Then we can prepare for our next expedition, the Great Wu Dynasty. Why not attack the Great Xia Dynasty? They have just become a dynasty and are still weak. It is the perfect time to attack and destroy them," responded Ji Song with boundless bloodlust in his eyes. "Songer," responded Ji Su in an informal manner. "This is not the time to make decisions based on your personal vendetta. The Great Xia Dynasty is located all the way east from the three central dynasties. Do you know how many kingdoms and dynasties are between us and them? How long do you think it will take to reach there with our armies? Can you guarantee that the other dynasties will not take advantage of us marching eastward to sneak attacks in the back? You need to set your priorities straight and remember the main reason that we came here. As for Sacred Son Wang Wei, you will have your opportunity for revenge. Now, focus on our attack against the Great Wu Dynasty." After hearing his brother's words, Ji Song took a deep breath to relax and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, all the ministers on the floor secretly sighed in relief. Although His Majesty is often both brave and wise militaristically and politically, sometimes, he can become rash and stubborn to an abnormal level, especially when it comes to things related to the former Eastern Reign Kingdom. During those times, it is up to the Prime Minister to talk some reason to His Majesty, otherwise, no one can stop him from acting the way he wants. After seeing his brother regain his bearing, Jisoo secretly sighed in relief. In fact, he lied to his brother. Or to be exact, he did not tell him the whole truth. The reason that he did not want his brother to attack the great Xia dynasty was due to the fact he feared that his brother might lose again. As such, he wanted his brother to conquer the easier Great Wu dynasty. With the vast territory of both dynasties, he can absorb enough luck for him to reach purple gold. After that, even if his brother lost against Sacred Sun Wang Wei, he will not fail this trial. Although it would be ideal if his brother could absorb luck after conquering the entire world, thus resulting in his chi luck reaching peak purple gold. However, he is just fine with just his luck breaking through purple gold from peak purple. With the foundation of their great Zhou imperial dynasty, they can still help his brother further increase his luck by sacrificing a certain price. Great Shu dynasty, a Taoist temple. Many ministers of the dynasty were reporting to a young handsome man named Feng Heng, who was wearing a Taoist robe with a yin-yang symbol all over it. National teacher, over the past decade, more than 300 temples have been created all over our territory. We have also taught the people on how to read and recite scriptures, and to go to the temples and seek enlightenment. However, the people seem determined to pray and offer incense despite the law we passed down. After hearing this, Feng Heng frowned and started thinking deeply. The sect has strict regulation for not accepting incense and faith. Anyone who breaks this rule will be severely disciplined. Then, he suddenly remembered that his teacher told him that it was all right. He said, as long as they do not interfere with the operation of the temples, just leave them be. After that, a brief meeting about the situation of the dynasty took place before all the ministers left the temple. Immediately afterwards, Feng Heng noticed something in the east and used the luck of the great Shu dynasty to observe. Great Xia dynasty, he muttered with a pensive look on his face. Meanwhile, after leaving, some of the higher officials started talking to themselves. Ever since national teacher Feng Heng arrived, our workload has decreased dramatically. As long as we do the bare minimum and ensure the safety and livelihood of the common people, everything else is fine. You are totally right. Not just us have changed, even His Majesty has greatly changed. He is no longer so ruthless, brutal and cold. Hey, during those times, I woke up not knowing whether I would return home to see my family again. I remember that Xia Zhan was whipped to death for objecting to His Majesty for wanting to increase his harem by another 10,000 concubines. Shoo, do not talk about His Majesty behind his back like this. You do not need to worry. His Majesty has entered seclusion in order to fully become a Taoist monk. He has not attended an official meeting for more than 5 years now. Hopefully, things remain this way forever. After that person said this, all the other officials laughed out loud, then secretly looked around them to see if anyone was watching them before hurrying to go home. Great Wu Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Sun Wen was sitting on his dragon throne with a look of pride and arrogance, like everything and everyone was under his control. Sun Wen, with a majestic voice, asked, what was the result? One official stepped up and answered, the nobles have accepted your Majesty's bargaining. They will each choose a beautiful daughter from their main branch and send them to the palace. However, they demanded that His Majesty sign a soul contract before they could fulfill their end of the deal. Sun Wen frowned after hearing this, then waved his hand. Immediately afterward, someone handed the contract to him. After taking more than 1 hour reviewing every inch of the contract, he smiled happily and signed it with his blood. After that, the court meeting was over and all the officials left the room, leaving only one person, third Prince Su Jiaolong, who is currently known as the Legion Commander of the Great Wu Dynasty. Big brother, why do you have to play with these nobles like this? Asked Sun Jiaolong. We have already determined that the previous monarch killed all the supernatural realm cultivators of the noble family. We could have just killed all of them. My little brother, you do not understand the intricacies of politics. Look, with just a few minor promises, the nobles of the dynasty have handed over to me all the military and political power in their hands, replied Sun Wen with a cunning look in his face. What's more, I did all of this without shedding a single drop of blood or wasting any resources for military deployment. This is a great achievement. But big brother, aren't you worried that the nobles will betray you in the future? Of course not. I have already sent people to secretly infiltrate these noble families and spy on them. Additionally, as long as the political power of the dynasty enters my hand, it will only be a matter of time before I have total and absolute control over the entire dynasty. Looking at the prideful look on his big brother's face, Sun Jialong secretly shook his head. From experience, he knew how these nobles thought. Without placing the fear of heaven on them, they will do absolutely anything for power. The so-called handing of power is probably nothing but doing so in public, while secretly controlling the dynasty under his big brother's nose. Even if his big brother replaced all the high levels of the dynasty, how does he know the people he replaced them with are actually loyal to him? In the past 10 years or more, instead of cultivating loyal subordinates for himself, his big brother has just been promising people with benefits from their worlds in order to rally people to support him. In fact, this method should be fine, but, knowing his big brother, Sun Jialong realized that there is a high chance that these are just empty promises. And, couldn't these old foxes of this world that spent their entire life in the court tell what kind of person his big brother was? It seemed to Sun Jialong that his big brother had gravely underestimated the wisdom of the people of this world. Just because they are weak does not mean that they are not intelligent. After sighing for a while, Sun Jialong then asked, "Then, big brother, are you ready to fight the heaven chosen of the other factions? Now that the great Xia dynasty has been established, all the major players should be ready to fight on the big stage." After hearing his little brother's words, Sun Wen looked at him with weird eyes, then shook his head. "Little brother, this is the reason that I say you are not tactically minded. Why should I fight with them personally?" "Big brother, what do you mean?" "Before coming to this trial, I have secretly contacted the Death Order Palace and formed an alliance with them," responded Sun Wen with a devilish smile on his face. However, Sun Jialong on the other end, was frowning after hearing this. As such, he asked, "Doesn't that violate the unwritten rule of not secretly assassinating each other's heaven chosen? If the person doing the assassination belonged to the younger generation, then, of course it does not violate the unwritten rule," replied Sun Wen with a smirk look on his face. After this, Sun Jialong sighed and left the courtroom heading back to his own manor. Afterward, Sun Jialong sat cross-legged and started pondering the situation of the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty. As a matter of fact, their dynasty is currently in dire straits. Their imperial dynasty has cultivated 4 great emperors, but one of the biggest hidden secrets of the dynasty is the fact that only the founding emperor of their dynasty was actually a true great emperor. All the other 3 were in fact pseudo-emperors. Which means that despite having acquired the heaven will, their Tao hearts were not strong enough to bear it. As such, these pseudo-emperors are even weaker than the weakest of true emperors. As a matter of fact, even the emperor scripture that they created is in fact incomplete. So, technically speaking, the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty only has 1 emperor scripture. Sun Jialong knew that the reason for this situation is due to the fact their dynasty places too much emphasis on using schemes and plots. In any situation, the first instinct of their people is to use schemes to kill their enemies. And if that does not work, then they will fight. And if the enemy prove to be more powerful than them, then they would run away or strategically retreat. Many of the people of the dynasty noticed this problem and ought to change. They believed that in the future, the people of the dynasty should behave more bravely and upfront, just like the martial great emperor, the first emperor of their dynasty. However, the majority of people disagreed. They argued based on the fact that their own way has produced more than 3 great emperors. Additionally, according to these people, a pseudo-emperor is still an emperor. Due to different ideologies, 2 different factions have thus formed inside the Great Wu Imperial Dynasty, constantly fighting and competing with each other. After thinking about these things, Sun Jialong sighed and took out a sword from his space ring. The sword looked dull and rusted, like it would be broken or fall apart the next moment. On the sword, the character "for human" was inscribed vividly on it. After looking at the character, a fierce light flashed across Sun Jialong's eyes as he had just made a very important decision. "I'm sorry, but this is all for the future of the Great Wu Dynasty," muttered Sun Jialong under his breath. Chapter 118. When Wang Wei returned back to the palace, he was happy and relieved to discover that only half a month had passed during his retreat. As such, he immediately called a court meeting. Inside the meeting hall, all the ministers looked at Wang Wei sitting on the dragon throne. All of them had awe on their faces as they could feel that His Majesty was even more powerful than half a month ago. All of them wondered when cultivation became so easy. Of course, these people did not know that the reason that Wang Wei took so little time for his breakthrough was first due to his powerful soul. Second, it was because his cultivation room was the center or eye of the dragon vein that ran throughout the entire dynasty's capital. The dragon vein is actually a special kind of spiritual qi vein necessary for creating a fortune dynasty, while other spiritual veins are mainly used for places of cultivation. The more spiritual veins a place has, the more spiritual qi that said place contains. On the other end, without a place with a dragon vein, it is impossible to create a fortunate dynasty. This is one reason that Wang Wei had to wait until he conquered the capital before establishing his own dynasty. Meanwhile, during the court meeting, Wang Wei took a while to review all that happened during his retreat. After a few minutes, he said, "So, we are ready to start expanding our territories?" "Absolutely," answered Grand Commandant Li Jun, "Your Majesty, you can just give the order and our army will respond immediately." Wang Wei nodded and looked at one of his ministers. "What about the officials needed to take over different cities and states after our conquest? Is there enough people available?" The official who was part of the cabinet as the Minister of Education stepped forward and said, "Yes, according to your orders, we have trained copious amounts of scholars that are knowledgeable in government politics and management. However, Your Majesty, the majority of them do not have any actual experience." "Humph, what do you mean not enough experience? Didn't you send them to different small villages around our territory to learn and experience proper management?" answered another member of the cabinet, the Minister of Finance. "How can a few villages compare to governing a city, county, or even state?" retorted the Minister of Education. "Well, all I know is that you people in the education department are responsible for a quarter of the entire dynasty's spending in the last 2 years. I do not know what kind of plan you have, all I can say is that we do not have any money for it." After saying that, the Minister of Finance snorted coldly, while the Minister of Education looked at him like he was the enemy that killed his family. If it was outside, there is a high chance that these two people would fight with each other. Upon seeing the tense atmosphere of these two people, someone finally said something. It was the Empress, Dong Lifan. "Minister of Finance, there is no need to worry about the treasury of the dynasty. With the rapid expansion of our territories, there will be countless wealth coming our way. As for you, Minister of Education, after our territories expand, you can send the reserved officials to their post immediately. However, after a few months, a reviewer can be spent to examine how well they are doing their jobs. The one who did a good job can stay at their post, while the ones who fail can have their salary decreased and given a warning. After 3 warnings, these people can be sent back to the academy as teachers." After hearing this, both ministers snorted at each other while nodding to the Empress. Although they do not like her, they have to admit that she is quite politically savvy. Many people did not like it when His Majesty broke convention 2 years ago and allowed the Empress to hold power in the court. Although there have been many female rulers in this world, the idea that only male can be emperor has been ingrained on the bones and soul of the majority of people of this world, especially scholars. However, seeing that Wang Wei did not care about their rejection, and Dong Lifan had proven numerous times that she is capable, they still showed her some modicum of respect. After seeing that the problem had been resolved without his interference, Wang Wei smiled and said, "The Empress' decision is correct. The next few years, Great Xia will be in a state of constant war and conquest. There will be no time to allow people to slowly adapt." After saying this, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture and asked, "Do we have enough grains for our military exploit?" "Yes, Your Majesty. There is enough grain for more than 5 years of constant fighting without affecting the lives of the people. Moreover, we have enough reserve to feed the entire dynasty for 2 years in case an emergency were to happen." After that, Wang Wei looked at Chancellor Yan Liling, who also reported her preparation. "There are plenty of pills refined by the alchemy hall. However, the pills are not enough for all the soldiers to use, only the officers with a certain rank. Furthermore, with constant refining over the past 2 years, the majority of spiritual medicine is almost all used. As you know, it takes a long time for spiritual medicines to grow, unlike normal ones. However, the shortage should also be relieved after we conquer a few more kingdoms. Wang Wei secretly nodded as he could always count on his team when it comes to doing things properly. The next person he looked at was the head of the refiner hall. After seeing the gaze that locked him in, the head of the refiner hall smiled wryly and said, "Your Majesty, our situation in the refiner hall is actually more dire than the alchemy hall. Due to the fact that we publicized puppet constructs and origins artifacts during the past 2 years, the entire dynasty is in great need of all kinds of spiritual materials. Whether it is woods, metals, or rocks. We overused most of the spiritual ores that we had available in construction. I hope that when the Grand Commandant conquers the First Kingdom that he placed more emphasis on these materials first and send it back to us in order to relieve our pressure in the refiner hall." Li Jun nodded after hearing this, which made the head of the refiner hall quite happy to the ire and envy of the other officials. However, both Li Jun and Wang Wei ignored these people. Afterwards, Wang Wei asked Grand Censorate Wang Ju, "Did Su Ai manage to infiltrate the Great Shu dynasty?" "Yes, Miss Su Ai did succeed in her infiltration," replied Wang Ju calmly. However, things seemed more complex than previously anticipated. "Oh, how so?" "His Majesty, according to the information we received, Taoism has greatly developed throughout the entire Great Shu dynasty. As Taoism focused on being pure and indifferent, not a lot of people are in fact interested in attending brothels. As such, our source of information is greatly reduced. What's even worse is the fact that the emperor of the Great Shu dynasty has denounced worldly affairs and entered seclusion to become a Taoist monk. From then on, all the court meetings took place in a Taoist temple habited by one of your Majesty's peers. Our agents dare not enter the temple. Furthermore, the officials of the Great Shu dynasty have a great deal of respect for him, so they do not easily speak about him in public or in private. However, we did get some information. His name is Feng Heng and he is the Tao child of the Tai Profound Gate." Wang Wei looked pensive after hearing this news. He was not surprised by the fact that this person was from the Tai Profound Gate as he had already guessed such. The Tai Profound Gate is a pure Taoist sect in the Myriad Emperor world who has cultivated 7 great emperors. Their founder, the absolute beginning Great Emperor, is considered one of the greatest emperors ever cultivated in the Myriad Emperor world. However, the reason he paid so much attention to this heaven chosen was not because of his background, but because he always felt there was something wrong with this guy. Despite only meeting once through the luck dragon of the Great Shu dynasty, he always had a weird feeling towards this guy. After pondering for a few seconds, Wang Wei then asked, "Anything else?" "Yes," answered Wang Ju before continuing. "A few days ago, we received news that a delegate from the Great Zhou dynasty was heading towards the Great Shu dynasty. However, we currently do not know the reason for such a visit. Many of my subordinates theorized that Crown Prince Ji Song wanted to form an alliance. However, given the arrogance of each heaven chosen, this is very unlikely." Wang Wei nodded in agreement with Wang Ju. With the pride of these people, even if they decided to form an alliance, they will first fight for who is the leader of said alliance. After Wang Ju finished her report, it was Li Jun's turn next. He waved his hand and a military map appeared in the middle of the courtroom. It was similar to a 3D hologram. Then, he started to explain his marching strategy. Chapter 119. After Li Jun projected the map of the entire world, he waved his hand to zoom on the eastern borders where the Great Xia dynasty is located. Then, he started to explain his deployment tactic. "Our first goal of attack is going to be the territory of the Black Moon sect. As the territory does not have an actual army protecting it, I plan to take an elite group of soldiers to directly attack their sect's mountain. Then, it will be easy for us to occupy their territory." After that, Li Jun controlled the map to show the territories of the Iron Fist Kingdom, and he said, "When it comes to this kingdom, the plan is to invite the king of this kingdom to a one-on-one duel. The winner will be granted access to the other's territory. Given the madness of the Iron Fist King, there is a high chance that he will accept our invitation. As for the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, we will attack from their northern border through boats. Then move south until we reach their capital. Wang Wei nodded after hearing the plan, as he had the utmost trust in Li Jun, but he still had to ask, what if the Iron Fist King refused your invitation? Li Jun smiled and answered, then, we will use a 3-prone attack to conquer them. As you can see, the Iron Fist Kingdom is sandwiched between 4 nations. Northward is the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, southward is the Black Moon Sect's territory, and eastward is our Great Xia dynasty. If he refuses our invitation, I will just wait until our legions conquer both the Black Moon Sect and the Barbarian Wolf Kingdom, then we will attack them from all 3 sides. All the ministers in the room nodded in agreement to the Grand Commandant's plan. Suddenly, Wang Wei said, if the Iron Fist King accepts the invitation, after his defeat, do not immediately kill him and ask him if he wants to surrender to me. Li Jun was a little surprised by the request, then he understood the reason. The Iron Fist King is actually a very charismatic person. As a king, he persuaded his entire kingdom to be as mad as him and indulge in the act of war as a form of pleasure. Although the Iron Fist King is actually a terrible ruler, he would make a terrifying general if leading an army of his own. Especially if he is provided with the resources of the Dao Opening Sect. Li Jun became excited after thinking about this possibility. At first, he was going to let one of his numbered generals to fight the Iron Fist King because they had already broken through the Divine Altar Realm, but now, he changed his mind. Li Jun then nodded in excitement, then finished his military briefing. Soon afterward, the official court meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Empress Dong Lifen. Wang Wei did not waste time and took out the conferred god list and the imperial seal, placing the seal over the empress title, thus handing over the control of the dynasty's Qi Luck Dragon to Dong Lifen. Under the help of Wang Wei, Dong Lifen's orange Qi Dragon blended with the dynasty's luck and started studying it. In fact, Wang Wei was not surprised that Dong Lifen had an orange dragon for luck given her talent. As a matter of fact, if she was born in the Myriad Emperor world, her luck would have probably rivaled his and all the other heaven chosen fit to fight for the heaven mandate. Wang Wei guessed that if Dong Lifen returned to the Myriad Emperor world with him, the Eternal Dream Sect will offer the Dao Opening Sect a bunch of rare resources in order to acquire her. That's how valuable her dream manifestation soul talent was. While Dong Lifen was engrossed by the power of luck, a gray light flashed through Wang Wei's eyes, then his soul secretly connected with Dong Lifen. Then, he started to experience how she connected, controlled, and understood the dynasty's luck. Dong Lifen suddenly felt something weird, however, after checking and not finding anything, she left the doubt in the back of her mind. She finally found a way to establish a Dao foundation. She did not want to waste time on meaningless things. After a few hours of studying, Dong Lifen's spirit was worn out and Wang Wei removed her connection to the dynasty's luck. With a smile on her face, the empress bowed to Wang Wei, then returned to her palace with a smile on her face. Meanwhile, Wang Wei closed his eyes on the throne for a few hours after Dong Lifen left. When he opened his eyes, he checked his own Qi Dragon. The dragon was still black, however, under its neck, a few scales had turned back to purple. Wang Wei had a wide smile on his face. It seemed that his plan was working better than he imagined. Of course, most of the credits should be given to how talented Dong Lifen actually is. Meanwhile, Li Jun only took a few horse to travel from the capital all the way to the borders. After arriving, he met with General 3, who was waiting for him. He directly asked, "Is everything ready for deployment?" "Yes, Grand Commandant." Li Jun nodded, then headed outside the barracks. There, he saw a gigantic wooden phoenix construct waiting for him. This was a soaring phoenix construct especially built for the military. Many soldiers carried their armors and weapons, then boarded inside the puppet construct. After all the soldiers boarded, Li Jun then entered. Soon afterward, one of the soldiers located in the beak of the phoenix bit his tongue to drop his blood on a formation, then he poured his origin chi in another place, then countless runes and patterns enveloped the construct. Unlike constructs used for civilians that operate on origin stone for energy to function, the ones in the military used origin chi instead. After the soldier finished pouring his origin chi, the phoenix construct flapped its wings and flew into the air. After checking that everything was working normally, Li Jun yelled, "Activate the invisible array." After hearing the order, the soldier located at the beak also poured his origin chi into another formation. Following which, countless divine runes further appeared all over the soaring phoenix construct, then it disappeared from the air. No, to be precise, it became invisible to the naked eyes. Then the soaring phoenix construct rushed in a certain direction. In fact, it was not just Li Jun that was ordered to be dispatched. A legion composed of General 2, 4, and 5 took many boats heading to the northern side of the barbarian wolf kingdom. Their mission was to use the fastest speed possible to conquer this kingdom. Meanwhile, after traveling for a few hours, the construct reached the mountain where the Black Moon sect was located. Li Jun then ordered his man to surround the entire sect, not leaving any opening for people to escape. Then, Li Jun mobilized his origin chi and shouted, "The people of the Black Moon sect, you are surrounded by the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. If you lay down your weapons, and allow your cultivation to be sealed, then you will be spared and treated as normal citizens of the dynasty. If you resist, then your sect will be annihilated without hesitation. I can swear in the name of His Majesty the Wise Sage, Wang Wei." Li Jun's voice traveled throughout the entire mountain range, scaring all the disciples and elders of the sect. In fact, Li Jun wanted to directly attract and use force to make these people surrender. However, he could feel that this mountain was separated by a formation that would activate as soon as intruders reached a certain range. However, he was not to hurry as he had already prepared for such a scenario. Meanwhile, the people of the Black Moon sect were freaking out after hearing Li Jun's voice. As such, a meeting of the sect's upper echelon took place. The sect lord and elders were discussing whether to fight with their lives or just surrender like the people of the Great Xia demanded. One elder directly asked, "How did the Great Xia dynasty's army arrive in our territory without us even noticing them? It must be one of the flying constructs that they have invented in the past 2 years. It is such a waste to use such powerful origin artifacts for ordinary mortals. Well, it seems that these constructs can also be used for the army. If only our spies could have gotten the manuals for these constructs, our Black Moon sect would soon become one of the most powerful sects in the world. All of you are focusing on the wrong thing. What should we do now? Should we fight back, or surrender? If we surrender, can anyone guarantee that the people of the Great Xia dynasty will keep their promise?" asked one elder. Immediately afterward, the room became quiet, until someone else's responded, "Given the information we have gathered on the wise sage emperor, he will most likely keep his words. In that case, let's just surrender." "I agree." "Me too." Then, the majority of the elders decided to surrender. However, the sect lord was not willing to give up so easily. "There is still hope for us, so there is no need to surrender so soon." All the elders then looked at the sect lord with a puzzled look on their faces. They did not know where the so-called hope came from. They did not believe for 1 second that their sect's formation would be able to stop the people of Great Xia. "We can wake up the ancestor," responded the sect lord to the surprise of everyone in the room. To their knowledge, the ancestor has long passed away. However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they were led to believe. Immediately afterwards, an intense excitement flashed from these elders' eyes. Maybe, there is still hope for their Black Moon sect. Chapter 120. A few minutes after Li Jun's warning, the sect's array was activated by someone in the inside, following which, a woman flew from the depth of the sect. In just a few seconds, he appeared above the elite army of the Great Xia dynasty. However, Li Jun was not that surprised by the fact that a supernatural realm cultivator existed among the Black Moon sect. As soon as he saw someone flying over his head, he gave an order to his men. Then, each of the 10,000 elite soldiers that he brought with him moved in different directions. They all mobilized both their blood chi and origin chi, the countless runes and patterns flew from them and connected together. An array was then instantly formed by all the soldiers. Immediately afterwards, the ancestor of the Black Moon sect discovered to her horror that she lost the ability to fly, and fell to the ground. Luckily for her, she was quite powerful and landed safely. Seeing the situation she was in, the Black Moon ancestor immediately waved her hand and an ancient lamp appeared in front of her that had a two-colored fire burning on top of it. As for Li Jun, he smiled after seeing that the formation worked. The Great Xia dynasty has used numerous resources in order to create this formation that prevents supernatural realm cultivators from flying. Now, it was finally placed into use by the military. After grounding the enemy, Li Jun took his spear and readied himself for battle. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian wolf kingdom, General 2, 4 and 5 had already landed after traveling a few hours by boat. After taking time for the soldiers to rest, they headed to the nearest city and attacked. General 2 took out 5 constructs from a space ring gifted to him by the Grand Commandant just for this invasion. These constructs were soaring phoenix constructs. Under the guidance of all 3 generals, each phoenix construct was occupied by more than 20,000 soldiers. After entering invisible mode, the soaring phoenix constructs flew to the closest city. After arriving at the city, the army waited for night to arrive. Then, under the order of General 2, a special team of soldiers jumped down from one of the constructs. This team was wearing a very special armor that allows them to blend into heaven and earth and remain invisible. After landing inside the city, the special team of soldiers divided themselves into 2 groups. One group headed to the city's wall, while the other headed straight for the city lord's mansion. As the Fates Shadow under Grand Censorate Wang Ju had already acquired a map of all the major cities in the barbarian wolf kingdom, this special team had detailed information about the entire city. After one group reached the city walls, they attacked and killed all the guards there. Then, they opened the door for the rest of General 2's army. As for the other group, they also infiltrated the city lord's mansion and started killing all the guards. City Lord Xiao Jing woke up to the sound of screaming. Without waiting for him to properly dress himself, he rushed to his study room while ignoring his wife. Immediately, he tried to activate a hidden formation that would allow him to communicate to the capital and asked for help. Unfortunately for him, there seemed to be something blocking his use of the flying pigeon hex. Xiao Jing sighed after seeing this, then he sat on a chair waiting for something. After a few minutes, the noise outside of his mansion stopped, then he saw a young man leading a group of soldiers wearing deep dark armors. These armors seemed to be the same as the darkness, making it hard for the city lord to distinguish whether there were even other people beyond the young man. General 4 looked at City Lord Xiao Jing and waved for one of his men to capture him and his family. Afterwards, he sat on the chair and waited for his companions to finish their jobs. And just like that, in just a few hours, this entire city was occupied as swiftly as possible. After the Great Xia army entered the city, they arrested all the available soldiers capable of fighting and imprisoned them. Then they took over the entire city. General 2 ordered that a few soldiers remain in the city in order to wait for the people from the Great Xia dynasty. There were countless scholars and government officials located in the boat that were on their way to come govern the city they had occupied. After that, all 3 generals boarded their soaring phoenix construct and headed for the next city to conquer. For this legion, the night will be very long. As a matter of fact, the reason that this conquest seemed so easy was due to the fact that Wang Wei essentially modernized war in his dynasty. He used refining and formations to create modern inventions such as cars, trains, and planes, although they had different names. Then, he applied these things to the military. With the soaring phoenix constructor plane, his army can travel anywhere as fast as possible. After that, he took inspiration from the special ops and created armors that have the ability to enter stealth mode. Then, he trained a group of elite soldiers in the art of infiltration. That way, his army can be fast and efficient when taking down cities, and they can sacrifice less lives. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to actually invent guns as well. And he did not need to use gunpowder to do so. All he needed to do was install an array in a gun-shaped barrel that can shoot projectiles. These guns would then use blood or origin chi as energy to activate. Unfortunately, he failed. No, to be precise, he was prevented. When he was going to put his plan into action, Wang Wei suddenly felt an intense rejection from the world. He felt an intense will wanting to eject him out of this world. As such, he knew that Heavenly Tao was warning him not to so intensely change the way that war was waged in this world. Although Wang Wei was not very happy that someone prevented him from doing the things he liked, he still bore with it as he was not yet powerful enough to ignore Heavenly Tao. What's more, if he was exiled out of this world, he would be the one to lose greatly in the end. As such, he forbore for now. While General Tu led his legion to conquer many cities in the barbarian wolf kingdom, his boss, Li Jun, had just finished a fierce battle. Li Jun looked at the woman on the ground that had a hole in her throat with a calm face. Afterwards, he checked his own injury. His armor was mostly burned along with a few patches of his skin. Otherwise, he was perfectly fine. This person was way weaker than the ones Big Brother fought 2 years ago at the capital, muttered Li Jun. However, despite his victory, he was not too prideful. He knew that the reason that the fight went so easy was due to the fact that the dynasty's array prevented his opponent from using her advantage of flying in the air. Of course Li Jun will not sell himself short. He was confident that if he had the ability to fly, he could easily challenge cultivators in the supernatural realm. And if he used all of his cards, he can still fight ordinary cultivators in the divine body realm. After pondering for a while, Li Jun raised his head and looked at the man that walked out of the Black Moon Sect's guardian formation. "You must be Sect Lord Renlu," asked Li Jun with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Sect Lord Renlu looked at the surrounding environment that was completely destroyed by these two people's fight. There were burned marks everywhere. Many holes could be seen all over the ground caused by spear piercing. A terrible slaughter intent was still lingering around, making him who was in the divine altar realm very uncomfortable. Renlu sighed and cupped his hand to Li Jun and bowed. "Slaughter God Li Jun, I would like to represent the Black Moon Sect and surrender to the Great Xia dynasty." However, Li Jun just looked at him with a ferocious smile on his face. "Do you think that your sect can surrender so easily after sending such a powerful cultivator to attack us?" Sect Lord Renlu did not immediately answer, then after a few seconds of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "Your Excellency, our sect, do not mention to me the guardian array of your sect. You should be aware that it is only a matter of time before our army breaks it." After sighing for a second time, Sect Lord Renlu asked, "What do you want me to do in order to spare my Black Moon Sect?" "Simple," replied Li Jun with a clam look on his face. "Open the formation, then kill yourself." After hearing this, Sect Master Renlu was extremely calm. Then, he took out a token, injected his origin chi inside, thus deactivating the guardian array of the sect. Immediately afterwards, he took out a sword from his space ring and inserted it straight into his heart, vomiting a big mouthful of blood. He did not pause or hesitate in his actions. Following which Sect Lord Renlu fell to the ground with his eyes closed. Meanwhile, Li Jun watched all of this with a calm look on his face, then he ordered, "Someone go bury the Sect Lord properly, then enter the Black Moon Sect. All of you need to do is seal the cultivation of the people inside. If someone resists, just knock them down unconscious." Chapter 121. After Sect Master Renlu sacrificed himself, Li Jun kept his promise and just subdued the disciples and elders of the Black Moon Sect. After the sect had fallen, many other scholars and government officials quickly took over all the territories of the Black Moon Sect. A process that was remarkably fast and easy. Unlike other kingdoms and dynasties, the people living in those territories did not have any sense of belonging to the Black Moon Sect, especially given how this sect views ordinary people as nothing but labor farms that take care of their lands for them. As such, when the common people heard that another powerful dynasty had conquered the tyrant known as the Black Moon Sect, they were more than happy to hand over the power to the Great Xia dynasty. Meanwhile, back in the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, after a few days of constant attack and occupying many cities, the legion headed by General Tu was discovered. The people of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom used a bunch of highly trained flying demonic beasts to uncover the position of the soaring phoenix constructs. As such, all 3 numbered generals were then forced to fight the kingdom's army in a head-on confrontation. On a vast plain, Generals 2, 4 and 5 stood in front of an army of about 100,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, opposite them stood an army at least 3 times their size led by more than 5 generals wearing armor with a wolf design for helmet. General Tu looked at the army preventing their advance, and he did not really care. What caught his attention was the more than 10,000 cavalry soldiers sitting on large wolves. He had read about the famous hunting wolf cavalry of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom. And personally, he was quite excited at the prospect of his army fighting head-on with them. However, he knew such a thing was impossible, as that would cause too many casualties to his legion. As such, he waved his hand, then a soldier stepped forward and handed General Tu, who was sitting on a demonic horse, a small pill. General Tu looked at the pill with a smile, then threw it into the air. The commander of the barbarian wolf kingdom noticed his enemy throwing something, so he ordered his men to take a defensive formation. However, to his surprise, he realized that the oncoming projectile was not directed at their army, but to a few hundred meters outside of the battlefield. The commander had a puzzled look on his face until the pill hit the floor and an odd scent enveloped the entire. Immediately afterwards, the swift wolves under the hunting wolf cavalry soldiers became agitated and started acting up. The soldiers were quite surprised, as these wolves were properly trained for many years and have always been docile. As such, they immediately used secret methods to calm them down and controlled them. However, it was to no avail. On the contrary, the swift wolves became more agitated, then all their eyes turned red. The wolves started to collectively howl in the sky, then, without hesitation or care for their rider, they rushed in the direction that the pill landed. With more than 10,000 wolves rushing together, the cavalry's formation was instantly destroyed. The majority of riders were thrown off the back of their companion, then trampled to death by the pack. As the wolves rushed for that pill, they left a trail of blood and death behind them. The commander of the army tried to stop them by roaring out loud with his powerful Orichin chi, however, no one listened to him. The wolves seemed to have all become mad at the exact same time. To be exact, they were overwhelmed by desires, greed especially. The pill that General Tu threw over was actually specially made by both Wang Wei and Yan Liling to deal with the hunting wolf cavalry. They used Wang Wei's origin chi ability that allowed demonic beasts to break free from bloodline restrictions. Yan Liling took a large amount of Wang Wei's origin chi, then mixed many spiritual materials that give off an intoxicating scent and refined it into a pill. Whenever this pill is used, it will drive all demonic beasts crazy. It will awaken in them the instinct or desire to evolve their own bloodlines. After the wolves reached the place the pill landed, a killing feast instantly took place. One wolf took the bite of another to prevent it from acquiring the pill. However, before the wolf could rejoice at its victory, someone from behind slashed him in his throat with a sharp claw. And just like that, the swift wolves started killing each other without any impunity for their actions or any regards for the same race. All these demonic beasts care about is killing one another until one person remains the victor. All the soldiers in the plain looked in horror as these wolves brutally massacred one another. There was blood, limbs, organs, and brain matter scattered everywhere. After a few minutes, the bestial brawl was over. And as expected, there was no final winner. The majority of the wolves were dead, and the ones still remaining alive were in no shape to battle. After seeing this, the morale of the barbarian wolf soldiers was terribly low. The hunting wolf cavalry has always been a symbol of might and invincibility throughout the kingdom. And yet, they suffered such a terrible defeat. What's even worse, they were not defeated in battle, and there was no glory in such a defeat. Because only a single pill took out such a prestigious legion. The commander of the kingdom's army realized the situation of his men and was prepared to do something to raise morale. Unfortunately, General Tu did not provide him with the opportunity. As soon as the wolves finished their slaughter, he ordered his army to march forward. Under order, all the soldiers of the Great Xia dynasty started moving forward. With each step they took, they would strike their spears into their shields, creating a clashing sound. Clang! 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 The sound was very rhythmic as it echoed throughout the vast plain. As the dynasty soldier approached their enemy, they had created a terrifying momentum for themselves. The soldiers of the barbarian wolf kingdom suddenly felt that someone was slowly squeezing their hearts, making their breathing unstable. If it was not due to the strict military discipline, many of them would have long run away as they watched the sound of death slowly approaching them. As a matter of fact, many soldiers have already planned out their escape route even before the battle started. As the two armies crashed, it was a one-sided slaughter. The Great Xia soldiers were faster, stronger, and had better armor than the barbarian wolf soldiers. What's more, their troops' morale was at an all-time high. As such, the soldiers killed anything or anyone that stood in their way. With a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, they stabbed any person that was not wearing similar color armor as them. With coldness and ruthlessness in their eyes, the great Xia soldiers marched over their enemies' dead bodies, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake. In fact, Generals 2, 4 and 5 were not surprised by this outcome. One of the benefits that Wang Wei has received in this world is the ability to train powerful armies quickly through martial arts. In the Myriad Emperor world, most armies are made up of cultivators. Wang Wei is even aware of armies made up entirely of supernatural realm cultivators. And there might be even more powerful ones. However, one of the downsides of cultivating such an army is that it takes too long to train. Even though the cultivation method used in the army sacrificed lifespans in order to increase strength and speed of cultivating, it still takes a very long time to train. However, the martial arts in this world is different. With a few changes of Wang Wei, he could quickly cultivate soldiers as powerful as the Divine Sea Realm as long as he had enough resources. This is something not possible in the Myriad Emperor world. Although martial arts also existed there, but it is only used by ordinary people who do not have leakless bodies to remain strong and healthy. Well, to be precise, it was used by nobles in mortal kingdoms and dynasties. With the help of martial arts, ordinary mortals can live up to 115 to 120 years, as long as they take good care of themselves. In fact, Wang Wei wanted to use martial arts to train his soldiers to have the strength of Divine Altar Realm. However, only one person had reached such a strength through martial arts. He is known in this world as the martial ancestor, the creator or inventor of martial arts in this world. However, this person has been dead for countless years and there is no record of him leaving the method or technique to reach the strength of Divine Altar Realm through martial art. Wang Wei has been searching for information about him throughout the world, hoping that he would find his legacy. As for the reason he did not create the method himself, it is because it would take too much time and he deemed it not worth it, as this martial art method would probably only help him a little in the early stage of his cultivation. The battle between the Great Xia dynasty and the barbarian Wolf Kingdom was still ongoing. After seeing the terrible defeat of his army, the barbarian Wolf commander ordered his other 4 generals to interfere in the battle. However, General 2, 4 and 5 intercepted these people and began a fierce fight with them. Despite being outmatched 5-3, General 2, 4 and 5 still managed to easily kill their opponent, as only 2 of them were in the Divine Altar Realm. After this victory, General 2 led the Great Xia army straight to the barbarian Wolf's capital. Just like that, a month passed by. Wang Wei was sitting on his dragon throne while having a meeting with a few officials when brand new information was sent from the front lines. "Are you saying that some outside force interfered in our conquest of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom's capital?" asked Wang Wei with a frown in his face. "Yes, His Majesty," replied one of the Fates' shadow under Grand Censorate Wang Just control. "Who is it?" demanded Wang Wei. "Well, it's..." Chapter 122. After seeing the hesitation in the agent's face, Wang Wei said, "You just need to inform me of the information you have gathered. You do not need to think about anything else." After hearing this, the agent sighed in relief before answering. According to the information sent back from the frontier, General 2 and his legion had already conquered the majority of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom, with the exception of the capital. However, as soon they were about to breach the city, 5 unknown and powerful Divine Altar Realm cultivators appeared and prevented them from succeeding. Immediately afterwards, we sent some of our elite agents from the Fates' shadow to investigate the origin or source of these people. Our findings was that they are most likely from the noble alliance of our dynasty. After the agent said this, the room immediately became silent. All the ministers had their eyes wide open, with some having fear in their eyes. The cunning ones could tell that something major was about to happen. "Most likely?" asked Wang Ju with a frown on her face. The agent lowered his head before answering, "We can confirm that they are indeed responsible for this. However, before we could gather enough evidence, the other parties seemed to have noticed and destroyed all links that tied them with the people of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom." After hearing this, many officials realized that things become complicated. Without evidence, His Majesty cannot just randomly kill these nobles. After all, this dynasty is one that runs with rules and laws. There needs to be some sort of order or process when doing things. After pondering for a while, Wang Wei said, "Go give my order to the royal guard captain to imprison all the nobles of the capital." All the officials were shocked, then many of them knelt on the ground and said together, "Your Majesty, you cannot." "Why?" replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. "According to the laws of the dynasty, all people need a reasonable crime for them to be arrested," replied one of the ministers kneeling on the ground. "From what I remember, my words were the law in this dynasty," replied Wang Wei with a nonchalant look on his face. After hearing this, cold sweat started to fall down these ministers' backs. Despite not releasing any aura, all the ministers in the room suddenly felt a heavy pressure pressing on them coming from Wang Wei. This was his natural aura cultivated as person in high position, as ruler of an entire dynasty, in charge of the lives of billions of people. The room became quiet. Over the years, these officials have grown accustomed to His Majesty's calm, collected, and relaxed demeanor. Unlike the majority of emperors of this world, His Majesty Wang Wei was truly a wise sage as he allowed his officials to express their opinions, to criticize his actions when necessary and to point out his shortcomings. However, as a result of this, many of the officials forgot the fact that His Majesty was in fact a very powerful cultivator who forged his throne with iron and blood. And in the great Xia dynasty, his words are still absolute. After realizing this, all the officials remained silent and dare not say anything again. After a few minutes of silence, Empress Dong Lifen opened her mouth and said, "Your Majesty, you are right in saying that your words are absolute. However, it is better to use a softer method dealing with this situation. After all, you still have a reputation to uphold. Your Majesty might not care about reputation, but a good reputation can be of great use when dealing with newly conquered territories, especially to calm down and reassure the people." Wang Wei had a pensive look on his face after hearing this, then he nodded. Afterwards, he looked at Wang Ju and asked, "Do you still have the evidence of all the crimes these nobles committed before the dynasty was established?" "Yes, Your Majesty," replied Grand Censorate Wang Ju. "In that case, use these evidences as an excuse to capture and imprison these nobles." Many of the officials secretly nodded in relief. As long as His Majesty does things according to the law, then, they are relieved. These officials do not actually care about the lives of these fallen nobilities. As long as the sanctity of the law remains untouched and undamaged, they are more than satisfied even if it is just on the surface. Suddenly, one of the officials that was still standing stepped up and said, "Your Majesty, what should we do about the transcending mortality realm cultivator?" "Don't worry about this," replied Wang Wei. Then he gazed at the commander of the royal guard, which was an army designated solely to protect the royal family and the capital. "Tell the captain to leave the Zheng, Leng, and Chang as the very last noble family to capture." The commander of the royal guard bowed, then left the palace to do as His Majesty ordered. Meanwhile, in the former Duke Xing residence, Patriarch Xingyong was crazily destroying everything in his room. He threw teapots and cups at the walls, he punched through all the tables and ravaged all the books around. Then he looked at the other two people sitting in front of him and said, "Are you too stupid? Do you want our three ancient noble families to be destroyed?" "You are overreacting, Xingyong," said Patriarch Lingzan. "That's right. This new emperor is all about respecting the law. Without proper evidence, he will not easily take action against our families," said Patriarch Changlu. "Didn't you notice this the past 2 years?" he added. "No matter what secret method our noble alliance uses, as long as we do not leave any evidence, at best, the officials will just impose a few meaningless taxes on us." After calming down a bit, Patriarch Xingyong looked at these two like two idiots and said, "That is only because we did not do anything that greatly infringed on the benefit of His Majesty." Xingyong took a deep breath to calm himself down, then sat cross-legged on the floor. "Why did you guys do this anyway? It could not be just to antagonize His Majesty?" Patriarch Changlu was silent for a moment before answering, "It's because the royal family of the barbarian Wolf Kingdom offered us more than 70% of their family's wealth. Originally, the royal family asked us to sabotage the Great Xia from the inside," added Patriarch Lengzan. "However, knowing how powerful the Great Xia dynasty has gotten the past few years, we refused." After hearing this, Xingyong sighed and did not say anything else. As such, the room became quiet for a few minutes. Only the sound of inhaling and exhaling could be heard. You do not need to worry too much, Xingyong. Nothing will happen to our alliance, said Leng Zan. However, before he even finished his words, someone barged into the room while panting heavily. Xingyong's anger that has just subsided flared up again and he roared, I thought I told you not to interrupt me when receiving guesses in the study? But Patriarch, there is terrible news. The royal guards suddenly started to arrest all the noble families in the capital, responded the intruder. What? Said both Patriarch Leng Zan and Chang Lu, who immediately stood up at the same time. Xingyong's body trembled slightly after hearing this. What he feared the most had happened. Meanwhile, Xinglan rushed over to the servant and held him by the neck and said, Don't lie about something like that. I'm not lying. As such, Xinglan released the poor man after hearing this. After that, he started walking back and forth in the room while muttering, What to do, what to do, what to do. Then he immediately looked at Xingyong. Even Chang Lu did the same as they both realized that they had made a grave error in judgment. As for Xingyong, he took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Do not worry, I will take care of everything. However, you guys need to lay low for a while. After saying this, he completely ignored the other two and headed to another room in his mansion. There, Patriarch Xingyong had a flying pigeon hex installed in order to communicate with people. He took out a token and used his origin chi to activate the formation and send a message, Ancestor, I need your help again this time. What is this time? Then Xingyong explained in detail his next step of action. Meanwhile, back in the palace, Wang Wei and the officials were still waiting for the result from the royal guards while discussing other problems to deal with in the dynasty. After a few hours, someone hurried into the meeting room and handed a talisman to the agent responsible for reporting the news about the barbarian wolf kingdom, who then relayed the information to Wang Ju. What is it? Asked Wang Wei. Your Majesty, we just received news that 3 people flying destroyed countless houses in 3 different cities. However, there were no casualties during these incidents, replied Wang Ju. What about the flying people? They flew away before the formations were deployed, replied Wang Ju. An answer that made Wang Wei sighed. It seemed that our bait was unsuccessful, said Yan Liling suddenly. It's unfortunate, replied Wang Wei. Go and tell the royal guards to only capture all the properties of the Zheng, Leng, and Chang family. Many officials did not understand the conversation between His Majesty and the Chancellor. However, the few that did had sweat falling down their backs. It was then that they realized that His Majesty did not just use his overwhelming strength to become an emperor, but he also had an amazing tactical mind. It's just that he did not need to use it most of the time. Chapter 123. As a matter of fact, the officials were right in thinking that Wang Wei was cunning when necessary. Over the years, he did not stop thinking about how to get rid of these noble families that were a nuisance to his rule. As such, he wanted to kill their backer first, their hidden cards, the supernatural realm cultivators. As such, he invented an array that would prevent them from flying, then secretly trained people that were capable of instantly setting up this formation and scattered these people to different cities of the dynasty's territory. One of the reasons he acted so swift and brutal today was because he wanted to lure these supernatural realm cultivators to show themselves, then rapidly arrest them with the formation he created. Unfortunately, these people seemed to be on guard and just destroyed a few houses before immediately flying away. After sighing for a while that his plan failed, Wang Wei regained his bearing and continued the meeting. What happened to the pills that I have asked you for? Suddenly asked Wang Wei to Yan Liling. I'm not done refining them due to the large requirement. I'm still confused. Why do you need so many rare and high-quality pills? Responded Yan Liling with a confused look on her face. I need them for something. I'll tell you all about it when everything is done. Well, given the fact it is extremely hard for me to refine low-grade earth-tier pills without a divine sense, it will still take a while for me to refine all of them. Well, take your time and give them to me when you are done, replied Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. Yan Liling just nodded and did not ask any further questions. However, someone else did. Your Majesty, said one official. What do we do with the war in the barbarian wolf kingdom? Send reinforcement immediately, responded Wang Wei without hesitation. Tell General Tu that he has less than a week to breach the capital city. Everyone nodded and the court meeting of the day was officially over with all the ministers leaving. As usual, Empress Dong Lifan stayed behind to talk to Wang Wei. When the room was empty with the two of them left, she got up from her throne and bowed to Wang Wei and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to my advice today." As smart as Dong Lifan is, she could tell that His Majesty had no plans to just brutally kill all the nobles without any reasons or official statement. However, when Wang Wei showed that he changed his mind after hearing Dong Lifan's plea, it provided her with more power in the court. It showed to the officials that the Empress had the ability to influence the Emperor. With the ability to influence the Emperor came the power to influence the entire dynasty. As such, there is nothing that officials fear and respect more than an Empress that can whisper to the Emperor's ear. After all, what if the Empress started to talk badly about any of them to His Majesty? Wang Wei smiled and waved for her to get up and sit down. To be honest, she was not the main reason that he acted so callous and indifferent during today's meeting. Over the years, in order to properly govern his dynasty, Wang Wei has been using the concept that the law is above everything and should be followed and respected. Although Wang Wei was not as harsh as the Qin's dynasty back on Earth, he was still very moderately strict when it came to the law of Great Xia. Unfortunately, a problem soon arose. A faction of scholars that worshipped the law was formed. These people called themselves the School of Law and became a rabid supporter of this way of ruling the dynasty. At first Wang Wei supported their factions as it made it easier to control the court. However, recently, these people seem to have gotten over their heads and started to play with the notion that even the emperor should be bound and restricted by the law. So, today, Wang Wei used this opportunity not only to lure his enemy from the shadow, but also to send a message to these scholars that as long as he was here, his words will be absolute, and will be above everything in this dynasty, even the law he himself created. As for Dong Lifan's act of acquiring more power, he just provided an opportunity. In that situation, any of his ministers could have spoken and he would have listened. The fact that she spoke first and took this opportunity showed that she is politically savvy and knows when to take action. As for the reason that neither Wang Ju nor Yan Liling spoke, it was because none of the people cared about the struggle for political power. For one, they had plenty of power already in the Great Xia dynasty. Secondly, and more importantly, they are just travelers in this world. For them, the experience in this small world will one day become nothing but a fond memory that they reminisced about in their very long and fulfilling life. After sitting down, Wang Wei and Dong Lifan then began their study of the dynasty's qi luck. After a few hours, the Empress left happily as usual and Wang Wei checked his qi dragon. He smiled after noticing that a quarter of it had already returned to the color purple. Afterwards, he headed straight for a sealed room in the palace. After opening this secret room, Wang Wei saw countless puppets standing there without moving. All these puppets had human shape and emanated a powerful aura. After checking the room, a vicious smile appeared in Wang Wei's mouth before sealing the room and leaving. Meanwhile, back in the Black Moon Sect's territory, Li Jun was sitting inside a military barracks while reviewing papers. After the Black Moon Sect surrendered, he quickly brought people over from Great Xia to occupy the territories. After more than a month of hard work, all the people of this new territory became aware of the rules and regulations of Great Xi, including the benefits like free schooling and access to their own fertile lands as long as they pay their taxes. As such, it was quite easy for them to accept the new rule. After reviewing his paper, Li Jun looked at General Wan and asked, "What about the dual letters? Did the Iron Fist King accept the challenge?" "Yeah, Grand Commandant," responded General Wan. "The Iron Fist King said that the duel can take place at the border of our territory 3 days from today." Li Jun nodded, not that surprised by the outcome. He did not just randomly make this plan. He did so after a deep and careful analysis of the history and character of the Iron Fist King. Suddenly, Li Jun noticed a hesitant look on General Tu's face. As such, he said, "If you have something to say, just do it." "Commandant, I'm just worried that the Iron Fist King will go back on his words. That all of this is just a trap against you." Li Jun nodded and did not admonish his subordinate for being so cautious. As such, he replied, given the character of the Iron Fist King, the chance of him going back on his words are very slim. However, even if he did so, it will not matter. The reason that I used this method to settle our territories was in order to be fast and efficient. If he goes back on his words, we'll just have to use the hard way to conquer the Iron Fist Kingdom. A fierce light flashed through Li Jun's eyes when he said that, then he continued, and if it is indeed a trap? Li Jun just sneered at the idea. With his strength, would he be afraid of any trap? However, he still took note of this possibility. He has also learned a great deal of things after the incident back in Blackwing City. As such, he decided to take a few elite soldiers to accompany him during this duel just in case something beyond his calculations goes wrong. 3 days later, at the border of the Black Moon Sect's territory and the Iron Fist Kingdom, Li Jun, wearing his armor and holding a spear, waited for someone to show up. After a few minutes, he saw an old man with white long hair and white beard traveling towards him on top of a horse-like demonic beast. After a few minutes, the old man stopped a few meters from Li Jun and descended from his mount. His armor shone under the light of the sun. He looked at his opponent and said, "Slaughter God Li Jun, Iron Fist King Tai Gang," replied Li Jun while observing his opponent with a look of surprise in his eyes. He was surprised at the fact that the Iron Fist King was an old man, but his actual age. Based on secret methods he learned from the sect, without personally checking his body, he can roughly estimate that the Iron Fist King was actually only just over 100 years old. Given the fact that he is actually a peak divine altar realm cultivator, he should have at least 1,000 years of lifespan. And yet, Li Jun could actually see that he did not have long to live. The Iron Fist King looked at the soldiers a few thousand meters from them and asked, "You do not trust me?" "Well, it's just precautions, they will not have any effect on the battle." "Good, then, let's get this started," replied the Iron Fist King with excitement after taking out a halberd as a weapon. Chapter 124. Li Jun rushed towards the Iron Fist King and stabbed him. His spear turned red and headed straight for the Tai Gang's head. However, the Mad King was not to be outdone. Without hesitation, he swung his halberd to block the oncoming attack. Bang! The two weapons clashed together, creating a powerful shock wave that destroyed the ground around them. Despite this, the two of them did not move an inch. After the first attack, the two of them continued to rapidly clash against each other. The air trembled and sparks could be seen when their two weapons met each other. From a distance, the soldiers could only see two shadows overlapping with each other. The weapons of the two of them also left only afterimages, signifying the fact that the two of them were moving faster than the ordinary eyes can capture. At first, the Iron Fist King could match with Li Jun, but after more than 10 clashes, he started to feel the pressure. Each strike of Li Jun seemed to become heavier and heavier. By the 30th clash, the Iron Fist King started to move backwards. With each step he took back, he managed to neutralize some of the force from Li Jun's spear. However, he knew that this was not a real solution to his situation. By the 40th clashes, the Iron Fist King started to expire profusely. His breathing was rapid, his steps were weak and his arms trembled with each swing. More importantly, his vast origin chi was running out faster than he expected. He looked at the normal and relaxed behavior of his opponent and sighed. "These extraterrestrial demons are as strong as I anticipated," thought the Iron Fist King in the midst of battle. He knew that this was not the way to go, so he changed tactics. When Li Jun attacked him again, he did not collide head-on. Instead, he moved his halberd sideways and blocked the attack. Then, he used the recoil of the attack to move a few meters away from his opponent. Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King a few meters away from him and did not chase after him. After all, his purpose was to subdue him, not kill him. As such, he will also allow his opponent to use all his cards and defeat him with absolute strength to show the difference between them. After taking a few seconds to breathe heavily, the Iron Fist King managed to regain some strength and stamina. More importantly, all the 270 divine veins inside his body absorbed the spiritual chi around him to replenish his origin chi. The Iron Fist King was surprised by the fact that his opponent allowed so much time to recover, but he did not care about the reason. As long as he managed to have a satisfying battle, he did not care about anything else. After recuperating his strength, the Iron Fist King decided to use a different method. He raised his halberd in the air and swung down. With a swish sound, a more than 30 meters vertical slash headed straight towards Li Jun. The slash destroyed anything that was in its way, the ground and the air. When Li Jun noticed the green slash coming his way, he did not falter. His spear turned red and directly pierced the slash. Boom! An explosion occurred after the two attacks touched each other. The ground around Li Jun exploded into countless pieces with debris flying everywhere. However, Li Jun did not care about this. What he cared about was the fact that this was not a normal attack, but a spiritual one. After clashing with the slash, countless images suddenly appeared in his mind. He saw the death of all his concubines, his companion Yan Liling, his mother and father. He even saw Wang Wei's death. For a brief moment, a deep fear suddenly enveloped Li Jun, fear of losing the people closest to him, fear of being alone in the world. However, after a brief moment, these images disappeared. As a person who passed the pagoda trial, Li Jun has a powerful Dao heart and willpower. What's more, his spirit is way more powerful than the Iron Fist King. The Iron Fist King watched with a frown how his opponent easily destroyed his attack. This move was one of his most powerful and proud methods. Being able to bring out the inner fear of his enemy, then weakening their combat ability. The Iron Fist King has always been proud of how strong his spirit was, as it was cultivated through countless battles. Spirit attacks, huh? Said Li Jun with a smile on his face. Why don't you try mine? After saying that, Li Jun also used a flying attack from a distance. However, his attack was not a slash, but a more 40 meters long spear manifested from the origin weapon in his hand, headed straight for his opponent. After seeing this, the Iron Fist King's face changed and he mobilized all the origin chi in his body to prepare to defend. Instead of using another flying attack, the Iron Fist King clashed heads with the oncoming spear. His halberd turned green as he clashed with the upcoming red spear. Boom! The halberd clashed with the attack, creating a powerful explosion in the surrounding slash. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still managed to stop the attack for a brief moment. However, it was only for a short while. Immediately afterwards, the spear pushed him backwards, leaving skidding marks on the ground. However, the Iron Fist King was still trying to stop the attack. He vomited a big mouthful of blood and his old face became pale. However, he did not stop. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes as he used more strength in order to stop the attack. He mobilized all the origin chi possible and strengthened the muscles in his arms to increase his power. This method was somewhat useful. With this newfound power, the spear slowed down dramatically, but it still did not stop completely. As such, the Iron Fist King was miserable. He threw up countless mouthfuls of blood. His armor was mostly destroyed and he seemed to have aged considerably. After being pushed for more than a few hundred meters, the spear was stopped and disappeared. However, before the Iron Fist King could breathe a sigh in relief, an intense desire to slaughter invaded his mind. He secretly cursed as he realized that he was affected by a spiritual attack. The Iron Fist King's eyes suddenly turned red as he felt his mind slowly being swallowed by the desire to kill. He tried to fight the urge by himself, but it was to no avail. As such, he tried physical pain to wake him up. He clenched his teeth and hands until both his mouth and palms were bleeding. This pain seemed to be useful, so the Iron Fist King sought to use this method. Without hesitation, he stabbed the pointy end of his halberd straight into his thigh. He screamed out loud in agony. However, the intense throbbing pain managed to distract him from his desire to kill. Immediately afterward, the Iron Fist King knelt in one knee to support himself. Despite his act of self-mutilation, the Iron Fist King realized that even this level of pain was not enough to completely free himself from Li Jun's spiritual attack of slaughter. As such, he started to twist the halberd that was still stuck on his raised leg. Blood squirted out his thigh as the Iron Fist King screamed out loud. However, he did not stop for even a second. After a few minutes, he stopped his actions as he could feel that he already got his bearing back. The intense urge to kill all things in existence slowly faded away until it was completely gone. The Iron Fist King breathed rapidly as he felt exhausted both physically and spiritually. He looked at Li Jun with a little bit of fear in his eyes. However, immediately afterwards, his fears were replaced by a desire for battle even though he was not in the shape to fight right about now. "Your plan will not succeed," suddenly said Li Jun, who watched all the Iron Fist King's actions with a calm look on his face. "What do you mean? I figure out the reason why you are so young, yet you have so little lifespans left. You used battles between life and death to break through the cultivation realm quickly," said Li Jun while placing his spear on his shoulder. "Is there something wrong with that?" "Well, there is. If you do it once or twice, it will be fine. But, if you do it constantly, you will use your lifespan to pay for each breakthrough." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He has been pondering the reason for his rapid aging. He thought it was because there was something wrong with his cultivation technique, but it seemed that it was not the case. The Iron Fist King then sighed after realizing his mistake. Then he asked, "What do you mean that my plan will not work?" Chapter 125. Li Jun smiled after hearing the question and explained, "You probably wanted to break through the supernatural realm during a life and death situation. However, the success of such a thing is almost impossible." "Why is that?" asked the Iron Fist Kingdom with genuine concern. Although he managed to successfully cultivate to the peel of the divine altar realm, his cultivation technique method did not have the method to break through to the next realm. As such, when he received the due invitation, he accepted without hesitation as he believed this powerful extraterrestrial demon could give him just the right amount of pressure that allowed to break through. Unfortunately, he seemed to have not only underestimated the difficulty in breaking through the transcending mortality realm, but also how strong his opponent actually was. It may be possible to use life and death situations to break through the body refining, divine sea, and divine altar realm. However, the supernatural realm is actually a transformation of life level. Cultivators will go from the early phase of cultivation to the middle phase. A perfect example is the fact that a supernatural realm will have at least 10,000 years of lifespan, which is 10 times that of the divine altar. "You still did not explain how it is impossible to break through?" asked the Iron Fist King. "In order to reach this realm, a cultivator must catch a ray of good fortune chi from heaven and earth. When this chi blends in with the divine altar, an ancient lamp will be formed to hold the good fortune flame. The good fortune flame is actually quite the magical thing. It allows cultivators' origin chi to transform into origin essence. It allows cultivators to open their Niwan aperture and have their own sea of consciousness, thus granting cultivators access to their soul. Now, imagine that you have to do all these transformations and baptizement while in the midst of battle. Without a peaceful environment full of spiritual power, this very precise process can fail with the tiniest of mistakes." The Iron Fist King frowned after hearing this. He realized that his plan was actually quite dangerous. Not to mention whether his enemy would give him time to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, he might still fail. First of all, he did not even know what the chi of good fortune was, let alone find it and catch it to make his breakthrough. Even if he did, how long would such a wonderful and powerful transformation of the essence of life take him? Probably years if not decades. How could he do such a thing while fighting for his life? The Iron Fist King sighed after realizing his errors due to lack of knowledge and inheritance. After pondering for a while, he looked at Li Jun and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" "Something tells me it is not because you are absolutely sure of your victory." "You are indeed right," responded Li Jun with a smile. "My big brother wants you to acknowledge allegiance to him." "Big brother? You mean the Emperor of Xia wants me to become a general under him?" "No, you misunderstood. To us, this world is nothing but a trial for which we will eventually leave. My big brother acknowledged your abilities and wanted you to follow us back to our world when we leave here." The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up after hearing this. He knew that these extraterrestrial demons came from a very powerful world. There are even rumors that their world actually has great emperors. After pondering for a few moments, the Iron Fist King then said, "I can agree to your request, but I have a request." "What is it?" "As long as it is in my power, I can do my best to help." "I can see that you did not use all your strength during this fight," said the Iron Fist King with a dangerous light in his eyes. "I want you to attack me with your most powerful attack." "Are you sure about this?" asked Li Jun with a frown on his face. "With your current situation, you will probably not survive my strongest attack." "It's all right. Anyway, it's just death," replied the Iron Fist King with a nonchalant attitude. Li Jun looked at the determined look on his opponent's face and he could guess the reason for the request. Although the Iron Fist King believed the words he said previously, he was not convinced before trying. After all, he is a man with strong willpower. How can he easily change a decision he has made, especially when it comes to his future cultivation path? As such, Li Jun did not try to persuade him anymore. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the Iron Fist King. His spear lit up red and he yelled, "Blood riot," before stabbing his opponent. The Iron Fist King's eyes lit up when he saw this attack. A sudden dread of death overcame and he could feel like he would die if he was hit by this attack. With a strong will, the Iron Fist King overcame his fear of death and began to mobilize his last remaining strength to fight back. However, to his horror, he discovered that his body could not move. He suddenly felt that all the blood in his body was not under his control and he could not move. Then, all his blood started to move backward from his body, destroying anything in its path in order to return to the heart. Once all his blood reached his heart, it condensed into a small ball, then exploded. Boom! The Iron Fist King heard an exploding sound in his mind, then looked at Li Jun's spear that was only a few centimeters from his heart. He vomited a large mouthful of blood. However, immediately afterwards, blood started to come out in every orifice in his body. Whether it was his eyes, noses, ears, and even the pores in his skin. With an incredible look on his face, the Iron Fist King fell on his back with his body looking quite stiff. Li Jun looked at him on the ground and shook his head. He took a pill from his space ring and a look of pain could be seen on his face as he looked at the pill. Well, he could not help as this was a high-grade Earth-tier pill that primordial spirit realm cultivators can use. It's not that Li Jun did not have access to higher levels of pills, but this was the highest level of pills allowed in the trial. What's worse, this pill was actually a healing one, which made it even more valuable. However, Li Jun did not hesitate much to feed this pill to the Iron Fist King. Another reason that he chose such a valuable pill was due to the fact that it could help alleviate the Iron Fist King's problem with his lifespan. After feeding him the pill, he carried him back to the military barrack. While the Iron Fist King was resting, Li Jun was reviewing the last attack he made during this fight. As a matter of fact, this move was not actually a part of the heaven fighting scripture that he cultivated, but one he created himself after years of study. When he started to cultivate, his big brother Wang Wei warned him to not strictly follow the scripture and to think of his own Tao instead. Although the heaven fighting scripture provided a step-by-step guidance on how to cultivate the Tao of fighting, Li Jun chose his main Tao to be slaughter. His dream, or should say goal, is to be a fierce general that slaughters all the enemies in his big brother's path of the emperor. Although Li Jun knew that this was probably an unrealistic goal, he will give in all his effort trying. So, this blood rebellion technique is his first step on cultivating his Tao of slaughter, and he is satisfied with this result. Just like that, 4 days passed and the Iron Fist King finally woke up from his coma. He looked around and muttered in a weak voice, "I'm alive?" He raised his hand and immediately noticed something different. His hands were not as wrinkled as he remembers them to be. He even noticed that his voice was also different, it was full of vitality. A few minutes after waking up, Li Jun walked into the medical room and said, "It seems that you are recovering rapidly. I guess I owed all of this to you. Well, as long as you do go back on your promise, everything will be fine." Tai Gang, is man of his words. Since I promised to surrender to His Majesty Wang Wei, then, I will do so. Li Jun nodded in satisfaction after hearing this. He chatted with the Iron Fist King for a while before leaving him to rest. Meanwhile, in the Great Shu Dynasty, national teacher Feng Heng was walking with a frown on his face. After checking all the Taoist temples in the capital, he realized that the incense power contained there had mysteriously disappeared. Even after checking thoroughly, he could not find the reason. While walking around, someone approached Feng Heng and handed him a paper, and the frown on his face increased after reading. According to the information he just received, this situation was exactly the same in the other temples around the Great Shu dynasty. Feng Heng knew that the Tai Profound Gate had a strict and severe rule when it came to absorbing incense power. Although he himself knew that he did not do such a thing, however, if one of his competitors used this event as an excuse to attack him, he would be in quite the tough spot. As such, Feng Heng started to mobilize all the power of the dynasty to investigate the situation. Chapter 126. After giving his orders, Feng Heng returned to his own main temple. When he reached his cultivation room, he suddenly saw a middle-aged man standing there waiting for him. The middle-aged man had a calm and serene look on his face. His eyes radiated a profound wisdom that made anyone who approached him instantly have a good impression of him. Despite the man's unusual temperament, this was not the thing that caught people's attention when first meeting. His most noticeable or recognizable trait was his short black hair. Unlike most people who keep their hair long, this man had very short hair. Although it was to the point of being completely bald, it was quite close to it. However, this short somehow accentuated his calm and peaceful vibe. Feng Heng looked at the man with a surprised look on his face and asked, "Master?" The man just nodded to Feng Heng, who rushed to meet him with an exciting smile on his face. "Master, you seemed all right now." "No, you seemed better than all right." "Yes. I have found something that stabilized my primordial soul." "Really?" "Huh, who would have thought that such a small world would have such a powerful thing," responded Feng Heng, genuinely happy for his master. "Yes, who would have thought," nodded the middle-aged man. "Disciple, how are things going recently?" "I just received an envoy from the Great Zhou dynasty asking us to not interfere in their battle with the Great Wu dynasty." "So, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to accept. After all, remaining neutral was our original plan. However, the people of the Great Wu dynasty need to pay certain prices to buy our neutrality," responded Feng Heng while looking out a window in his room. Feng Heng's master nodded after hearing this, then he suddenly asked, "Something seemed to be on your mind." "What happened?" "Master, I just discovered that a large portion of incense power was absorbed in the temples throughout the dynasty. I'm just worried about this." A gleam of light flashed from Shi Fuyu's eyes after hearing his disciple's words and asked, "Did you find the culprit?" "That's the problem, Master. I have not found anything despite personally searching with, well, you know what." Shi Fuyu nodded as he understood the meaning behind his disciple's words. "Do you think that one of your competitors in the sect did it?" "It's unlikely. As the Tao child of the sect, I am the only one chosen to participate in this trial." "Disciple, you are too tender. Do you think your competitors will easily give up the position of Tao child? Even if they cannot attend the trial, with the supporters they have, they can easily sneak in a few of their subordinates into this world in order to cause you trouble." Feng Heng frowned after hearing this and started thinking. The Tai Profound Gate way of choosing a successor is different from the Tao Opening sect. While the Tao Opening sect was decided purely based on strength, Wang Wei being the only exception, the Tai Profound Gate's process is more complicated due to it being a religious sect based on Taoism. Besides strength, its successor, aptly named Tao Child, is chosen based on the amount of people supporting them in the sect and, more importantly, their understanding of the sect's philosophies and teachings. In the Tai Profound Gate, this is called Dharma Heart or Dharma Perception. One of the reasons that Feng Heng was able to become the Tao Child was due to his profound Dharma perception. And the reason he had such a deep understanding of Taoist Dharma was because his master, Shi Fuyu, personally explained it in great detail to him. As such, Feng Heng has a great deal of respect for his master. Not only because of his powerful origin, but because of his profound understanding of Taoism. After his master pointed out the possibility of his competitor sending spies to try to sabotage his trial, he realized that this was actually a possibility. Even if he failed this trial, his status would not be affected that much. As the sect's Tao Child, he is the heaven-chosen selected to fight for the heaven will in this generation. One failure is not enough for him to be disposed of his position. However, if he was ever caught in possession of incense power, then he would be in a difficult situation even if he did not personally absorb it. After thinking about this, Feng Heng decided to spend more resources focusing on finding the spies his competitors sent in this world. At the same time, Shi Fuyu nodded with a smile after this. Great Zhou Dynasty, Imperial Palace. Ji Song sat in his dragon throne and looked at the envoy that had just arrived back from the Great Shu Dynasty. His bulging muscles could be seen from his dragon robe and he emanated a majesty at all times. So, what was the result? He asked. The envoy trembled a little after hearing the question before answering. Your Majesty, they agreed to not interfere, but they have some demands? What demands? Asked Ji Song back, who had anticipated this outcome. The envoy took out a paper with a list of the demands and intended to hand it over to someone that would then give it to His Majesty. However, the paper suddenly flew from his hand and landed on Ji Song's hand, who immediately started reading it. After taking a brief overview of the list of demands, Ji Song frowned for a little while before going back to normal. The list mostly demanded population. Although the quantity was quite large, it did not go over his bottom line. As such, he readily agrees with the terms. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from his chair and said, "Now that everything is ready, let's start the war with the Great Wu Dynasty. I never like these cunning snakes. I will personally lead the battle for this war." After saying this, Ji Song ignored the dissuasion of his ministers and headed straight for the military barracks. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Ji Su sighed and did not say anything regarding this matter. Back in the Great Xia Dynasty, the Iron King Fist, who has just healed from his injury, was sitting in a soaring phoenix construct flying back to the capital to meet Wang Wei. "Is it true that people can become great emperors in your world?" asked the Iron Fist King with a cunning gleam of light in his eyes. Li Jun noticed this gleam and he could understand the reason behind this, but he did not say anything, but just smiled and said, "It's true. Our world has given birth to countless great emperors. I wonder what it is like to be so powerful," muttered the Iron Fist King under his breath. After a few hours, the two of them reached the capital and went to see Wang Wei, who was sitting on his dragon throne. After entering the meeting room, the Iron Fist King looked at the officials around and ignored them. He glanced lightly at Wang Wei before bowing. "Tai Gang has seen His Majesty." Wang Wei nodded to him to rise and he took a good look at this charismatic Mad King. Due to the precious pill Li Jun used to heal, he looked a lot younger than the image he saw of him. He no longer looked like a decrepit old man, but more like someone in his 60s. After close observation, Wang Wei discovered that this Iron Fist King did fully respect him. Or to be precise, he seemed to have some ideas that he should not have. As such, Wang Wei suddenly used the power of his true will granted by his transcendent Tao foundation and he looked the Iron Fist King straight into the eyes. Suddenly, the Iron Fist King felt tremendous pressure from Wang Wei's eyes. He felt like every secret on him had been seen through, then he saw countless strings attached to him and started to strangle him. The Iron Fist King felt a supreme pressure that wanted him to kneel down in allegiance, however, he refused to do so. He bit the tip of his tongue to alleviate the pressure, however, it was of no use. He suddenly coughed off a mouthful of blood and knelt in one knee on the ground. However, he was still resisting the pressure, the supreme will that enveloped him. However, to his horror, he discovered that his divine altar started making creaking sounds, and more new cracks started appearing. He could feel that his divine altar would be destroyed if he resisted anymore, but he refused to give up. As a man who can easily accept death, being crippled was nothing to him. Nevertheless, the Iron Fist King still felt humiliated. Not at the fact that he was forced to kneel down, but at the fact that his opponent just needed one look to make him into this severe situation. After resisting the supreme will for a few seconds, the Iron Fist King was eventually forced to his knees. He sighed and stopped resisting. He realized the vast difference between him and these extraterrestrial demons. He quickly erased the ambitious thought he had in his mind. Or at the very least, bury it deep until he has the strength to do so. Wang Wei nodded after seeing this and said, although your foundation is weak, you have a strong will and you are also a person who knows when to bow to circumstances. Well, welcome Tai Gang to be a member of my group. Chapter 127. After teaching the Iron Fist King a lesson to make him realize his place as a subordinate, Wang Wei nodded, then took out a talisman from his space ring, which was then handed over to Tai Gang. After getting the talisman, the Iron Fist King got up from the floor and wiped out the blood dripping down the corner of his mouth and inserted his origin chi into the talisman. Suddenly, a lot of information was inserted into his mind. As a result, the face of the Iron Fist King became increasingly ugly as he kept reading on. The information he received was actually just basic knowledge of the myriad emperor world. For example, the body refining realm had 12 layers instead of the 9 he previously believed. The highest amount of divine veins was actually 365. As for the 270 he had, it was the bare minimum required to break into the next realm. However, people who did that had the worst foundation possible among cultivators. Although the talisman explained that having a bad foundation does not always equate to strength, as some people have terrible foundations but their strength are unimaginable. Nevertheless, without a strong foundation, the future of these people will always be limited. It is impossible for a normal foundation, body refining 9th layer, to break through the saint realm. At the same time, it is almost impossible for a saint foundation, 10th layer, to reach the supreme realm. Although the Iron Fist King tried to find solace in the fact that this information mentioned the fact that it was almost impossible to achieve, meaning that there were exceptions to this rule. He knew that this was a long shot. As such, despite showing a calm look on the surface, his rapid breathing and accelerated heartbeat showed otherwise. Wang Wei noticed the Iron Fist King's reaction and said, "You do not need to worry about these things. When we return home, as my subordinate, you are guaranteed the method to achieve a supreme foundation. As for the more powerful Dao foundation, you have to use the 6 points to acquire one. This will depend on your capability." After hearing this, the Iron Fist King took a deep breath and bowed to Wang Wei. This time he did not bow slightly, but did a 90-degree bow and said, "Thank you for the opportunity." Despite losing to Li Jun and acknowledging his surrender, the Iron Fist King was a proud man who believed that he was not in any way inferior to these extraterrestrial demons. He believed that the main difference between him and these foreign guests was the fact that he did not have the same amount of resources and opportunity granted to them by birth. However, after reading all the information on that talisman, he realized that things were not as simple as he believed them to be. The difference between the people of this world was not just resources, talents, or opportunity, it was a vast difference in civilization. The world that these foreigners came from have way more knowledge and understanding of not only the cultivation path, but of the ways of heaven and earth. Adding to their long and preserved history, these people have countless inheritances left from their predecessors. Meanwhile, this warring kingdom world has a recorded history of about 2 to 5 million years. If it was before, the Iron Fist King would have thought that this was a long period of time. However, according to the information he just read, cultivators in the Supreme Realm can actually live that long. In fact, there is a high chance that the person who passed down the cultivation method of this world is still alive somewhere out there. After dealing with the Iron Fist King's affair, Wang Wei began to discuss the affairs of Great Xia. He looked at Li Jun and asked him to report the situation of the war. According to recent reports, Generals 2, 4 and 5 have breached the barbarian Wolf Kingdom capital, thus effectively conquering the whole kingdom. The people of the Black Moon Sect's territory have also surrendered without any problem. To be precise, they have welcomed us with open arms. In the past few days, we have conquered the Iron Fist Kingdom. However, there have been revolts all over the territory. But, now that the Iron Fist King is awake, we should be able to quell the anger of the people and settle the territory once for while. After saying this, Li Jun looked at the Iron Fist King, who just nodded in agreement. Wang Wei was satisfied as always with Li Jun's work and nodded in approval. Well, now that our territory is so vast, the current division may not be enough. Wang Wei suddenly stopped his words and looked in the corner and roared out loud, "Who dares to intrude in this court's meeting?" Everyone was surprised by the sudden roar and looked in the same direction as His Majesty, but there was nothing there. As such, many people became puzzled, while some people believed that His Majesty had made a mistake. Of course, with the exception of Li Jun, Yan Liling, and Wang Ju. They knew that it was impossible for Wang Wei to make a mistake. However, even they could not detect anything after looking. After seeing no one answered his call, Wang Wei instantly mobilized his powerful fleshly body and threw a punch. His skin and muscle vibrated rapidly and the vibration traveled into the air directed at the corner. Boom! The entire palace trembled and an explosion took place. Cracks started to appear everywhere in the palace, forcing many palace maids and eunuchs to cry in fear. Afterwards, someone flew from the palace. The person or shadow hit many walls and pillars on his way until he reached the palace's courtyard and landed on his knees. The shadow threw out a big mouthful of blood and organs. His clothes were broken and numerous dust stains could be seen on it. The only place intact was the mask that this shadow was wearing. Soon after the shadow landed, Wang Wei and a group of officials appeared and surrounded the shadow. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. "Just an ordinary assassin," replied the shadow with a weird voice that prevents anyone from distinguishing whether it is male or female. "If an ordinary assassin can easily infiltrate the royal palace and reach more than 20 meters close to me before I even noticed, then I really wonder what extraordinary assassins are capable of," replied Wang Wei with a sneer on his face. The shadow spit out a mouthful of blood and asked, "I'm curious on how you were able to notice me." "I mean, even the divine body realm lady over there did not find me." "It was because I felt the fluctuation of your soul," replied Wang Wei calmly. "Now that I answered your question, it's your turn to respond to mine. Who are you? Who sent you?" However, the shadow just got up from his one knee and did not answer the question. Wang Wei did not let go and continued, "In fact, I can guess by your strength and method that you are from the Death Order Palace. What I'm wondering is who hired you?" The shadow finally spoke and said, "Since you know that I am from the Death Order Palace, you should be aware that we never reveal the identity of our clients." Wang Wei sneered after hearing this. "I do not need you to say anything to know who it is. You people from the Death Order Palace are also known for doing things only for money. And of all the people in this trial that I know would do such a shameless thing as hiring outside help are only the clowns of the Great Shu dynasty. So, I guess that it was probably Crown Prince Sun when that sent you." However, this time, the shadow did not say anything. However, Wang Wei still continued, "Well, based on how your soul fluctuated just now, it seemed that my deduction was correct." Suddenly, the shadow laughed out loud. His laughter was creepy as it sounded like countless voices laughing together. Worthy of sacred son Wang Wei, the heaven-chosen currently viewed as the most threatening of this generation. Not only strength is unparalleled, but also possesses extraordinary wisdom. Many people feared that you would be just like your father, but they were wrong. They should be worried whether you will be more terrifying than him. Should I be proud that some random people praise me?" answered Wang Wei with a calm look on his face. "Hee, you're right that you should not be proud," answered the shadow. "Compared to the one in the western White Tiger continent, you are still a little far behind." A flash of intense dread appeared in the shadow's eyes after saying this. An emotion that Wang Wei detected through soul fluctuation. However, immediately afterwards, the shadow disappeared without a trace right in front of everyone. Wang Wei immediately concentrated to feel any soul fluctuation, but he failed this time and did not find anyone. Instantly, he activated his true vision ability and saw the Qi Luck dragon of everyone around. Suddenly, he noticed a strange purple Qi dragon outside the capital. Without hesitation, he flew straight to the sky and headed for it. However, midway en route, the Qi dragon instantly disappeared, and by the time Wang Wei arrived outside the city, he could not find anything. After looking for a few minutes without success, Wang Wei returned back to the palace and supervised the reconstruction. Chapter 128. After returning to the imperial palace, Wang Wei supervised the reconstruction of the destroyed parts. With the help of countless cultivators that can easily carry tons of weight, the entire palace was reconstructed in just a few hours. Back in the Dragon Throne, all the officials had a severe look on their faces. The emperor had just been assassinated, and yet, no one realized this, yet alone reacted fast enough to prevent this. The commander of the royal guard knelt in front of Wang Wei asking for him to be punished. In fact, Wang Wei did not blame him. Even he himself realized the assassination once the person got so close to him. So, how could he blame the commander? However, seeing the way he was blaming himself, Wang Wei could guess that he probably would not accept it if he did not punish. As such, he deducted half a year of salary and sent him to the frontier to open territory and promised to reinstate his position after he acquired enough merits. In fact, many people blame themselves for failing to prevent this assassination. However, the person most affected was in fact Wang Ju. As a person in charge of intelligence and assassinations, and a cultivator in the divine body realm, she did not even notice the presence of the shadow. Her job is in fact to protect Wang Wei from situations like this. In the Tao opening sect, every generation of shadow is not only in charge of gathering information for the sect master, but also to protect them from dark plots and schemes. The shadow's job is to do the dirty work of the sect master and to protect him from other people who do dirty work. Wang Ju knew from a very young age what her duty was, and she has managed to do this job quite well, until today, that is. Today, Wang Ju realized her inadequacy. This generation of heaven chosen are not only growing rapidly, but they are also very powerful. They already have the power to fight the divine body realm while in the divine altar realm. Today's event made Wang Ju realize that her talents might not be enough to keep up with this generation's heaven chosen. Maybe, one day in the future, someone else will take over her position. After thinking about this, she sighed and placed these thoughts in the back of her head. However, a frown was still on her face throughout the meeting. Meanwhile, Wang Wei first discussed how to calm down the people after the assassination. After all, it is easy to notice how the palace was destroyed. Many of the citizens were currently worrying about the situation. The next major discussion was about the next opponent that the great Xia have to face, the Fang divine dynasty. Well, Wang Wei can see how prideful and narcissistic the ruler of this dynasty is just by the name. However, unlike other enemies he faced, he has to take this one seriously as it is headed by one of the heaven chosen from that is participating in this trial. Grand Censorate. Grand Censorate. Wang Ju, yelled Wang Wei. His Majesty, responded Wang Ju. Did you say something? I'm asking you to explain the details of the Fang divine dynasty. Yes, as you wish, nodded Wang Ju, who took a deep breath to regain her bearing. The Fang divine dynasty is run by Empress Fang Lijuan, a member of the divine clan. She is this generation's divine child of the Fang family who was chosen to participate in the trial. As a matter of fact, there is another member of the divine clan in this world. As far as we know, the two of them seem to be in an alliance. However, this was not unexpected as the divine clans are usually part of the divine Tao League. After Wang Ju finished her introduction, the majority of officials were in fact puzzled. As such, one person bravely asked. I'm sorry, Grand Censorate, but I'm very confused. What is the divine clan? Are they gods? And what exactly is this divine Tao League you referred to? Wang Ju did not immediately answer the question, but gazed at Wang Wei instead. After seeing him nodding with his head, she then explained. The divine clans referred to a family that has cultivated a great emperor. Then, the great emperor left his Tao and his blood to pass down to the next generation. As a result, the members of the divine clans are thus born with a bunch of extraordinary abilities derived from their bloodlines. So, they are like the blood human race of this world, said another official. Afterward, all the members of Wang Wei's group looked at this person with a speechless look on their face. I am speechless at the fact that you just compare the bloodline of a great emperor with a bunch of demonized humans, said Yan Liling. The official who said the previous comment became embarrassed and dare not raise his head again. Excuse me, His Majesty, said the Minister of Education. From what we know, you are also from an emperor lineage, meaning that one of your ancestors was also a great emperor, so why are you not part of the divine clan? You looked too highly at these divine clans. They are nothing but a bunch of prideful, arrogant, and miserable people who are shackled by the very bloodline that they are so proud of, said Wang Wei with a sneer in his face. In fact, not just him, even Li Jun and Yan Liling had the same sneer on their faces. Clans like the Wang, Li, and Yen were always at odds with the people of the divine clans. Despite his words, Wang Wei could still some confusion in his official's face, so he further elaborated, our ancestors also ponder whether to pass their own Tao through bloodline. However, through observing the demon race, they soon realized the grave downside or defect of bloodline. Although it will provide descendants with powerful talents and many abilities, it will also restrict them. The people who have bloodlines are often limited by said bloodlines. Since the Tao of a great emperor already existed inside the divine clan's descendants, it became increasingly difficult to cultivate other Tao than the ones they are born. As such, the majority of them abandoned studying other Taos and focused on the ones they are innately born. Is there something wrong with that? Asked the Minister of Education. Of course there is, answered Wang Wei. Without your own Tao, it is absolutely impossible to become a great emperor. Even if the heaven will was placed right in your hands, you still could not become an emperor. The consequences of this is the fact that the majority of families belonging to the divine clans have only one great emperor, which is their ancestor that started the clan in the first place. A select few have cultivated a second emperor, however the numbers of these families can be counted in one hand. The officials finally understood what the so-called divine clan is all about. However, despite how His Majesty despised these clans, the majority of these officials had a look of envy and yearning in their face. Wang Wei's secret shook his head after seeing this, then he continued to explain, these divine clans are doomed to be exterminated or weakened with the passage of time. After billions of years, they have long understood the downside of their bloodlines. However, they still refuse to change and adapt to the time. Instead, they bonded together by forming the Divine Tao League. Through years of intermarriage, they have strengthened their alliance, and preserved the power of their bloodlines. Unfortunately, this method has only slowed down their weakening of their power. With each generation, they became more and more irrelevant. I do not know how many years the Divine Tao League did not have a proper heaven chosen to represent them in the heavenward battle. However, it seems that this time, they have more than one. After analyzing the information regarding the Fang Divine Dynasty, the official came up with the plan to postpone the war to a month later, as they had just finished conquering 3 kingdoms and had not fully taken control of them. After a month, Li Jun and the 5 named generals will reunite and attack the Fang Divine Dynasty together. Then, the meeting was over and everyone left with the exception of Wang Ju, who was kept behind by Wang Wei. He looked at his head maid and motioned for her to approach him. Wang Wei started caressing her hair, just like his mother used to do to him, then said, I understand your struggle. You have been with me even since I could walk properly. So, you do not need to worry about being replaced. After this trial, I will ask my father to provide you with a supreme tier Tao washing pill in order to increase your talent. That way, you can follow me all the way to the end of my emperor path. Wang Ju was suddenly surprised, then she nodded her head like a bird picking at woods. Then, tears started to fall from her eyes. She tried to quickly wipe them out, but it was no use. As such, she bowed to Wang Wei and ran away from the imperial palace. Crying was a great shame for a shadow like her. Chapter 129. After heading the Fate's shadow headquarters, Wang Ju locked herself in a room, refusing to meet any of her subordinates. The truth of the matter was that today's failure affected her more than she let on. The reason being the fact that the little rivalry between the Tao Opening Sect and the Death Order Palace. The title or position of Shadow is not just some random position of the sect with no power. On the contrary, the Shadow is considered the Een of the sect Masters Yang. As such, the Shadow is privy to tremendous amounts of knowledge and information that even some Supreme Elders are not aware of. Some information can be very well considered taboos of the world. As such, every generation of Shadow will have countless restrictions placed on them in order not to reveal these secrets. On top of that, the Shadow will go through a ceremony in which they bind their life to the sect master that they served. If the sect master died for some reason, the current Shadow will be responsible to hand over all his subordinate and power to the next chosen Shadow, then commit suicide to accompany the sect master in the afterlife. There is only way to dissolve this bond, and that is for the Shadow to defeat the sect master that it served in a direct duel. The reason for this was actually the origin of the Shadow. This method of binding the shadow was used by the sect to keep their secrets and properly control their intelligence agency and prevent them from defecting to the enemy sect. As such, long ago, the shadow did not have the opportunity of freedom, until the Shadow Ruler Emperor. Thinking about the Shadow Ruler Emperor, Wang Ju sighed. This was indeed an amazing emperor of the sect. He was the only emperor from the sectarian faction of the Tao opening sect. Not a lot is known about the Shadow Ruler Emperor besides the fact that he was an orphan adopted by the sect to train as an intelligent agent. Through numerous competitions, he slowly rose to the highest position of shadow and started to serve the sect master at that time. According to the sect's record, he was a fine shadow and was extremely good at his job. Until he did something no one expected. He demanded a fair deal with the sect master of the sect right before the Heaven Mandate battle. Back in that time, the position of shadow was not nearly as high as today. As a matter of fact, most shadows were nothing but dead men raised by the sects, ready to sacrifice their lives for the sect at any given moment. So, when a shadow demanded that he actually fought the sect master, right on the verge of the Heaven Mandate battle, many people were shocked, then outraged that a lowly slave raised by the sect dared to challenge their master. Many people called that the shadow was executed immediately. However, some elders at that time convinced the others to just allow this fight to happen as a way to show the superiority of the sect master and squash the ambitions of future shadows. So, the fight was set. However, to the horror of all the high levels of the sect master of that time was decimated. According to records, the fight was not even a close one as the shadow easily defeated the sect master of that time. In fact, if the sect master did not activate the restrictions placed on the shadow, he might have died in that battle. After this fight, the high level were shocked and terrified. You have to know that the sect master at that time was their most powerful cultivator, chosen to fight for the heaven will of that generation. However, he was defeated so easily. As such, many people of the sect wanted to immediately kill the shadow to prevent a future enemy. With the powerful restriction they had placed on him, it was still possible to do this. However, not all people felt that way. A few people believed that the shadow was raised by their sect and belonged to one of them. Instead of killing, it is better to remove the restriction on him, then allow him to represent the sect in the Heaven Mandate battle instead of the sect master. The disagreement between the two sides got so bad that it reached the point that a civil war was about to happen in the Tao opening sect. However, on the brink of the war, a powerful elder appeared and stopped the fighting. The elder then reprimanded all the upper echelons of the sects for forgetting the teaching of the ancestors. He reprimanded them on how over the years, the sect have gotten arrogant due to the fact that they are considered one of the most powerful sects in the world. And if such arrogance did not stop, then it is only a matter of time before the sect is ruined in the hands of future descendants. After that, the elder sided with the more reasonable faction and removed the restriction of the shadow and allowed him to represent the sect to compete for the heaven will. Wang Wei remembered how intrigued she was when she read this part of history. She always wanted to know who was the person that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The records did not mention any name, just referred to him as the elder. However, Wang Ju believed that the origin of this person was extraordinary as he could actually be all the upper echelons of the sect. Being able to reprimand all those supreme realm true monarchs, then let them listen to him, this person must not have high status, but also be very powerful. Wang Ju guessed that this person must be one of the immortal venerable or Tao ancestors that the sect have kept a secret. When Wang Ju was in the shadow training camp, she learned of their existence. However, the information she knew was also disturbingly vague. So, she knew that by only reaching a certain level she would be privy to these secrets. Back to the story of the shadow. When the heaven will battle arrived, the shadow went on to suppress all his peers. His appearance was a shock to many of the heaven chosen of that generation when they realized that the person representing the Tao opening sect was the shadow known to do the dirty works of the sect. However, none of that mattered because the shadow managed to prove the Tao and become known as the Shadow Ruler Emperor. After this event, a new sect rule was created that allowed the shadow to challenge the sect master in order to remove their restriction and change from shadow to sect master. Of course, Wang Ju has no desire to challenge Wang Wei for the position of sect master. As a matter of fact, she is technically not really the true shadow, as this position is still in the hands of the person serving sect master Wang Tian. The reason that she remembered this story right now was because of what Wang Wei said to her today. The shadow ruler emperor was treated terribly back then by the sect, however, he still remained loyal. After he became emperor, the shadow ruler could have forsaken the Dao opening sect, or turned hostile to them, but he did not. So, when Wang Wei said those words today, it showed that he treated her like her family instead of just a subordinate. And it also made her realize that the loyalty of a shadow to the sect master is not a one-way street like she believed, but a tunnel that connects them both together. Just those soothing words were enough for Wang Ju, but she did not expect that her young master even promised to give her a Dao washing pill. She knew how precious that pill was, as it requires a total of 9 million years to make, not to mention all the precious materials needed. In order to refine such a pill, an alchemist has to place his furnace in a formation and let countless years pass in order for it to be finished. And most alchemists would not even live long enough to see the pill finished due to the long time required. And what is the purpose of this pill? Well, as the name suggests, it is to allow the Tao to wash away a person's body and increase their talents, whether it is their sensitivity to spiritual qi, the strength of their body, and more importantly, their understanding. This pill is only used by the sect when there is no heaven-chosen talented enough to represent them in a generation. With this, the sect can turn an ordinary genius into a heaven-chosen with a talent close enough to people with special physique. Even then, according to the sect's rules, the sect master cannot directly decide who to provide this pill to. The decision must be made when more than 3/4 of elders agree to the same person. However, Wang Ju is aware that each of the 3 families of the Dao opening sect have secret stashes of this pill hidden in their own clan. These clans will never publicly acknowledge that they have such a thing because the sectarian faction actually does not. The 3 families have gone through extreme lengths to keep the recipe of the Dao washing pill to themselves, thus weakening the strength of the sectarian faction. This is the reason that Wang Ju did not doubt Wang Wei's words when he promised to provide her with the pill. Chapter 130. While Wang Ju was dealing with her own emotional discovery, Wang Wei was drinking tea and relaxing in the imperial garden. Wang Wei was thinking about the assassin's words. The person mentioned that he was not as powerful as someone from the Western continent. Based on the fear he felt from the assassin's soul fluctuation, he guessed that this person must have had a run-in with a very powerful heaven-chosen, one that had a deep and lasting impact on them. Given the information he has read, Wang Wei guessed that the assassin was referring to the heaven-chosen born in the Di clan, Di Tian. Di Tian was a genius born with the power of reincarnation. As a result of this, after his birth, many Supreme Realm powerhouses who had reached the limit of their lifespan believed that they could find the way of immortality from the power of reincarnation. Although it is known that only great emperors are immortal, many cultivators who are desperate are not willing to just accept such a fact. As such, many people believed that their chances lied in the Tao of reincarnation. So, many true monarchs attacked the Di clan after the birth of Di Tian created a powerful vision of samsara, the cycle of reincarnation. Unfortunately for these cultivators, the Di clan is a powerful emperor lineage in the Western continent that has cultivated 5 great emperors. Technically speaking, the Di family is more powerful than Wang Wei's Wang family, as they have cultivated 1 more emperor. As such, the birth of Di Tian was followed by countless slaughter. As a matter of fact, these cultivators knew exactly how powerful the Di family was and how deep their background was. Unfortunately, the Western White Tiger continent is inhabited by countless devil cultivators. And these devil cultivators are as ruthless to themselves as they are to other people. So, no matter how many of them died, they still rushed to the Dis family emperor formation without hesitation. The battle lasted 3 days until the Di family discovered a way to hide the reincarnation power emanated from Di Tian. Even then, ever since that day, the Western continent has not been peaceful. Unfortunately for the devil cultivators in the Western continent, although they are vast in number, the Di family is still the overlord of the continent. This event took place 3 years before Wang Wei was born, and it shook the entire myriad emperor world. The truth of the matter was that Wang Wei did not care that much about the assassin's words. The reason he was thinking about its words was to determine whether to place more surveillance on Di Tian after he returned home. Wang Wei never believed for a second that he was invincible. However, he always believed that he would be the last one standing. No matter whether Di Tian truly is more powerful than him now, he still believes that by the time of the heaven will battle, he will have surpassed him. Of course, Wang Wei also understood that the path of the emperor is full of ups and downs, that nothing is set in stone. No matter how confident a candidate is, he or she will never say with absolute certainty that they can become emperor. As such, Wang Wei, being a person who likes to be prepared for any situation, has created a backup plan for him in the unlikely scenario that he failed to win the heaven will and prove the Tao. And that plan is actually simple enough: seal himself to wash away his karma. Wang Wei believed that after cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the highest level, even if he failed in the heaven will battle, he can still survive. Afterwards, all he has to do is seal himself for countless generations to wash away his karma, then fight in another generation. And if he fails again a second time, then he will repeat the process again. Wang Wei believed in his firm Tao heart that his willpower will not be destroyed like his grandfather after experiencing many failures. And if he fails to survive the heaven will battle, well, Wang Wei has a plan for that as well. To be precise, he has an idea that involves relying on his mysterious soul. However, as of now, he does not know whether this plan is possible yet. While Wang Wei was lost in his own thoughts, Empress Dong Lifen was sitting next to him serving him tea. She tried to call him a few times, however, he was unresponsive. She thought that the reason he was distracted was because of the scroll in his hand, so she reached over, taking a peek on what was written in it. In the scroll, she saw a title at the top followed by a list. It was written as such: Most Unique and Powerful Cultivation Technique 1. Origin Path Scripture 2. Past, Present, and Future Buddha Book 3. Undead Phoenix Scroll 4. Empress Wu Sealing Sutra 5. Myriad Things Dusk Scripture 6. Ancient Desolate Body Refining Scripture 7. Deceiving Heaven Longevity Art. Before Dong Lifen could finish reading the list, Wang Wei woke up from his distraction and looked at her. She immediately blushed a little as she was leaning on him while reading. However, luckily for her, His Majesty did not say anything. In order to deal with the awkward situation, she asked, "Your Majesty, what is this list you are reading? Is this something from your world?" "No, this is something that I just made up for personal reasons," responded Wang Wei while shaking his head. Dong Lifen caught on to the fact that His Majesty did not want to talk about the list, so she did not mention it again. However, things became awkward again, making her lower her head and blushing again. Luckily for her, Wang Wei started to explain his understanding of breaking to the 12th layer of the body refining realm. As a person who has cultivated this realm more than 9 times, he was quite the expert. Just like that, a week passed by. An urgent meeting was going on in the Great Xia courtroom. "What happened for you to gather us together like that?" asked Wang Wei towards Wang Ju. "Your Majesty, we have just received news that Crown Prince Ji Song was also assassinated yesterday." "Oh," responded Wang Wei with a surprised look on his face. "What exactly happened?" "We do not know a lot of information, but we do know that the Crown Prince is fine. However, he still suffered from minor injuries," added Wang Ju. "Do you think that it was the same assassin that attacked His Majesty?" asked an official. "No, given the distance between Great Xia and the central area, without a flying construct, it would be impossible for the same assassin to reach there so quickly. Not to mention the fact that said assassin was injured. However, from the method the assassin used, we can infer that he or she was probably also from the Death Order Palace," answered Wang Ju. Everyone started pondering after this, especially Wang Wei. "It seems that the age of conquest is rapidly approaching this trial," said Wang Wei, who then looked at Yan Liling. "Chancellor, you need to speed up the time needed to soothe the people of the newly conquered territories. As for Yu Li Jun, you can ask the Iron Fist King to organize his kingdom's former army and participate in the attack against the Fang Divine Dynasty." Li Jun nodded. However, Yan Liling had a frown on her face after hearing this. "Can we trust him?" she asked. "Since I decided to take him under me, I will trust him until he proves otherwise," replied Wang Wei calmly. After the discussion, everyone left to do their own work. However, Before leaving, Yan Liling handed Wang Wei a space ring with a bunch of Earth Tier pills inside it. Wang Wei smiled mysteriously after receiving it. Meanwhile, in the Great Zhou dynasty, in a military barrack that bordered the Great Wu dynasty, Ji Song was destroying everything around him, chairs, tables, maps, and weapons. After doing that, he seemed not satisfied, so he punched the wall, an act that made his bandages turn red. "Are you done venting now?" asked Ji Su. After hearing this, Li Song stopped moving around and sat in the one remaining seat left in the room. "Did you find the culprit?" he asked with gritted teeth. "No." "Why not?" "By the time I discovered the assassin, he was already too far away. And you know I'm not allowed to use my real strength in this trial." "Well, tell me you at least know who it was," responded Ji Song with veins appearing all over his naked upper body. Probably. "Well, do you or do you not now?" Ji Si sighed and said, "We have received news from our informants that Wang Wei was also attacked a week ago. They have overheard that the assassin came from the Death Order Palace under the order of the Great Wu people. Given that you were attacked a week afterwards, it is very likely that this was not a coincidence, but a premeditated attack." After hearing this, Ji Song clenched his teeth and said, "Damn those snakes of the Great Wu dynasty, and damn those rats of the Death Order Palace. I mean, isn't their participation a violation of the hidden rule?" "I'm afraid not," answered Ji Su. The hidden rule stated that people of higher cultivation from the Death Order Palace could not assassinate the younger generation of other sections. However, competition of the same generation was allowed. After hearing this, Ji Song became even more angry. However, he restrained himself this time before saying, "Back then, we should have completely annihilated the Death Order Palace.